Okay. Good morning. Hello. I got it working. It works now. It works now. I can sit up here for a second. We'll talk about it. We'll do a little chitty chat. A little chitty chat about it. Yes, update the videos. Yes. It works now. Ew. Hate that guy. It works now. Okay. Why am I not showing up? Did I have to be on home? Do live stream. Okay. I am ready to go. I am ready to go. Okay. Jonathan, hello. Welcome in. Guten Morgen, mein Freund. All right. Let's look at it. Let's look at the thing. It works now. I got it working. But at what cost? The cost is I actually just took all of the locks out. I took all of the mutexes out. And, yeah, we're getting almost 60 FPS here with 2K, 2000 entities. Which is pretty good. And it turns out what the issue with it running so slowly was actually the targeting processor. Yeah, who would have thought the processor that takes almost 3 full seconds to entirely run every time is the thing causing it to be slow. Yeah, so I think that was like just making so much contention for the threads, for the data. So like the second that I turned that off, everything just started running smoothly. And I was like, you know what? What if I just took the locks out? What would happen? Nothing happens. Actually, kind of surprising that it runs this well. Kind of surprising, actually. Grab a trace. We'll let this trace for a second. And I also found out that my entities, I was using the wrong static mesh for them. So I was using the non-nanite static mesh. And when I turned on nanite, my draw frame got so much better. So that got a lot smoother too. I was accidentally using the wrong one. I had to rebake my skeletals, my vertex stuff, my vertex animated textures and whatnot. But after that, they looked good. Very diverse NPC crowd. Thank you. I do pride myself on my multicoloredness. It's really just their faction color, just for testing. Because like I found out how to actually change the. I didn't find out. I just kind of figured out like how to like I can set the color per bone, like they have per bone materials. And so I might like before I get gear, any like actual modeled gear to attach to them, I might just change the color of their different body parts for testy tests here. Yeah, and their rotation speed is instant, so they like kind of flicker when they turn. You can kind of, if you look closely, you can kind of see it. Okay, so yeah, we got 60 FPS 2K entities, which is good. I'm happy. I am happy with that. And now I just kind of need to reevaluate my life, honestly. So it works. And I'm like, everything's on the background thread despite, yeah. Yikes. Yikers. That's actually not worth it. So I think the change I just made was I moved the attach processor to the background thread, and then I'm just sending game thread updates. Hello? Okay, there we go. I'm just sending the updated like instant. What is this? Computing aggregated stats. Can you hurry the fuck up, please? You usually don't take this long. Okay, can I just grab a subset? That'd be okay with you? No, it wouldn't. It's 1 minute of data. How hard can it be? How hard can it be? Okay, so yeah, I moved the attached processor to the background thread. That is running async. But that means I have to update the instances on the game thread. So that just may not even be worth it, basically. And I might as well just put that in the representation processor. Which, let me just grab some random frames and look at it here. So yeah, now, like, this is the only entity system things happening. That, and then this part at the end here, which just seems like it's not even worth it anymore. So yeah, the entity representation processor running quite nicely. And I'm basically already doing everything in there, so I might as well move it over. Now, the velocity processor has seen better days. It has seen better days. Its iteration speed is not what I would call great. I've actually kind of regressed in that. I have added more to the velocity processor. So I've taken away from the move to processor and added to the velocity snocerator, something like that. Representation processor sounds very HR-esque. I mean, the representation processor just handles the transition from instanced static mesh to actor. So it handles switching them, adding the instance, grabbing an actor from the pool, enabling and disabling the actor, that kind of thing. Then I guess I did do updating the instances also happens there, because it's basically already doing that. So it handles the representations of the entity. What is this, bro? What are you doing? I am making a video game. I'm working on an ECS system here. But I've been refactoring my ECS system over the past like 2 weeks now. Trying to figure out what's the best approach for my game and my use case. We have 2,000 entities here. I might just kick this bad boy up. But let me figure out what I'm doing with the attachment processor. Yeah, I might kick that up to like 10k entities and see what happens. Yeah, is this even worth it to do on anything, actually? I'm just gonna grab this. Give me that. Comment all of this out. This is just not gonna run anymore. And put it in here. We're gonna take it and move it over there. The attached data. Surely I'm already getting that somewhere, right? I am, but that's just doing the add and remove, okay, we might as well just put it up in, well, no, because we have to do this for any case. Yeah. So we don't want to do that anymore. What we want to do is this or something. That, yeah. Okay. ISM instance data. Undo that. Hang on. Okay. ISM entity data. That's I need the attach info. ISM entity data. Attach info dots. ISM, wait. Doesn't attach info have that? Am I dumb here? Oh, it's just called instance data. Okay. Hola bola. Welcome in. How many are you aiming for? Just as many as I can get away with. And like keeping in mind that this is just like there's kind of 3 different severities. I don't know if severity is the right term, but like the test that I'm doing is for all instanced static mesh versions of the entities. But like if I'm right here and like there's an entity way over here, I don't need to actually like render that. And so it gets more efficient. If they're not actually rendered, I don't need to like move anything on the game thread. And if nothing's near me, I don't need to render them as an actor. So worst case is like actor. Okay, see, I knew it. I knew I was still gonna have thread locks. I knew it. Oh, hang on. Perfect. Okay, first time getting to use that soundbite. Thank you very much. Thank you. I knew it. But yeah, it's like when they're actors, that's like the worst performance. But that's like only like super like close to the player. That's like the least performant. And then there's instant static meshes. Those animate for free, but I still have to like move them around on the game thread. And then there's when they're not rendered at all, which is super cheap. So the tests I'm doing here are just all for the instant static mesh versions, which I imagine is what they're like. That's going to be like most. I don't know. I think that's going to be. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Ignore me. I don't know what I'm doing. Text files with a bunch of language data for my con lang disappeared today and my whole desktop got reorganized. Love Windows, man. That's crazy. I've never had anything like that happen. But yeah, that's fucking annoying. I think I've seen you go through the stages of grief fully at least twice. Am I about to see a third time? Oh, I'm sure you'll see many more. That's part of development. If you don't go through all the stages of grief, are you even writing code? Little caffeine could help. I have a little caffeine. Okay, so let's see if this runs a little bit better with just doing the attachments processing just along with the representation processor. So we're going to take everything from here and move it over there, and we're going to see if it's better that way. It's literally what I've just done here. Okay, come on, load up. Okay. Run it, and let's not crash this time. I would like to not have to figure those out. Okay. It'll be laggy while they're spawning, and then when they're done spawning, we're off to the fucking races. There we go. Okay, yeah, about 60 FPS. Okay, let's get a little tracey trace in here. 2,000 entities. Favorite coffee brand? Oh, I don't have a particular one. I just buy from a local roastery. Godwin, thank you for the sub, my dude. Welcome. Welcome in, everyone. Hope you're having a lovely weekend, or had a lovely weekend. I think a lot of you might be ahead of me, time zone-wise. I am just self-learn code for 1 month and only write some Python. Wonder how you guy can do that much code. I wake up and I do it every day. Okay, that's probably good. That is probably good. Let's check it out. Okay, yeah, we're looking pretty hot. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of sexy. Okay, let's see. What are we working with here? 7 milliseconds for the entity representation processor. Okay, so let's compare that to what we were before this. So put that over there. Put that right there. How many do I have open? I have like fucking 3 open. Hang on. Which one do I want? 09 to 08. I gotta like read the time here. Oh, these two are the same. Okay, that's fine. Oh, for each process. Show me timers. We are computing aggregated data. Sir, we're computing the aggregated data. Okay, for each process, compute, thank you. Okay, so what are we working with? So essentially, we're going to be looking at representation processor plus attachment processor. So the representation processor 1.2, we'll go median, so 1.1 for representation plus attachment, which is 3.1. So that's going to be 4.2. Right, and that should include the callback, right? Because if not, that's a skewed number. Process entities update. Okay, we need process entities. I need to add this like update thingo here. We need to do that differently. I'm gonna need you to process more aggregated data for me. But here we just look at representation processor. So we're trying to beat a total of 5.1 is the median for the representation processor now. Okay, Jesus Christ, there's so much. We want attachment processor, which is 3.1, plus the representation processor, which is 1.1. So we're up to 4.2. Now, here is... Where is the other attachment processor? Wait, where is it? What did I call it? What did I call it? Process entities update instance data. That's showing up here. Why is that not showing up here? There it is. Plus 3.7. So 4.2 plus 3.7. Quick math. 7.9 total gain thread time. And if we just do that all in one go, we have 5.1 median. So it is actually faster to just do it all in one go. It looks worse, I guess. Like looking at a frame, it kind of looks worse. Because you just get this big thick, chunky girl here. This gal right here. But that's okay. She knows what she's about. And then here we just get we get this little bit here, but then it's like hiding. It's lying to you because there's actually more right here. It's happening at the end of the thread. This is saying what, 1 millisecond plus 3, so that's 4. It does seem faster over here. And then what was my average FPS? It seems to not make a huge difference, but the stats don't lie. Let's just grab a middle frame here and do it. Process entities. Process entities, the representation processor. Still 5.1, okay. Okay. And you are median of 3.9. Yikes. Yikes. 3.9 plus 3.9 plus 3.6. I think that's it. Yeah, 3.6 plus. Oh god, there's so much here. Oh god. Where is represent? There it is. Plus 1.1. Yeah, I mean it's faster. It is, so it's faster to do this. Faster. So I guess I'm still game thread bound. Let's do a stat unit. Stat FPS. Yeah, I mean, we're rocking like 60 FPS for like 2,000 entities on screen, which is never actually going to happen. That's probably never actually going to happen. So I'm just going to start running far away until they start. Oh, there's the static mesh. I forget what I have my max distance set to. Okay, but now we're at 70, 75, almost 80 FPS here. Oh, all the attachments are still there. Oh, they don't get cleaned up. Okay, so if they're all in memory, I don't know. Are they getting garbage collected like very slowly? I think they are. Weird. They're like, I can see them slowly disappearing. Anyways, if they're not all on screen, 2K Entities runs at 90 FPS. So let's get a trace here. I want to see what this looks like. Nobody on screen, so all in memory. See how fast it goes. So we're just letting this suck. I know it looks like nothing is happening, but I just want a quick trace here. Bro, look at that fucking nice, slick running game thread. And this is in editor too. That's 90 FPS in editor, which is insane. That is insane. The moving tag subsystem, I know I can get that a little bit faster. We can do one better there. So we might do that real quick. Also, like most of this, wait, what am I trying to render here? And actually, so we were actually game thread or draw frame bound, render frame bound. What on earth were we trying to render that was so difficult there? Are you going to use culling or LOD for graphics conservation, or is it best to use both? You know, nanite, just slap nanite on that bad boy and all your problems are solved. And I just found out before the stream, like I was just like doing some testing as well. And I noticed I was draw frame bound, and I was like, what the heck's going on there? And I was running the stat GPU, and I noticed that I was using the wrong skeletal mesh, or not skeletal mesh, static mesh for my entities. I was using a non-nanite one. And so once I ticked nanite on, like my draw frame got so much better. So yeah, all those were nanite. All those were nanite instant static mesh vertex animated instances. What is this screen? This is Unreal Insights. This is for like performance profiling. This might be kind of crazy, but this is how you optimize an Unreal Engine game. I know, wild. They thought it couldn't be done. These are the forbidden techniques passed down by the forefathers. I know. No one knows what the screen looks like. It's crazy. Only the Expedition 33 devs know this screen. Thank you for the subs, guys. Welcome in. Good morning, everyone. I'll show off the game now. We can show off the game now. Okay. What are we on? What seed are we on? 680? Sure. That sounds good. That sounds like a good seed. Is it a good seed? We'll see. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. And currently I'm working on optimization in Unreal Engine. I know. It's crazy. Those words have never been said before. I am on the side of a cliff. Well, this is nuts. I've been working in Unreal since UE3. Well, why are you proving the internet memes correct, sir? That's actually really funny. And I'm sorry to meme on you, but like, you know, the joke is that Unreal Engine sucks. You know, everyone thinks it sucks because Unreal Engine games are unperformant or something. And so therefore the engine sucks, blah, blah, blah. Which is an incredibly uneducated take. And I always blame the business side of game development. You know, they always want the game shipped now. They want it shipped yesterday. The devs don't have time to optimize, really, until too late. and you're kind of proving, you're like, you say I've been working since Unreal 3, and I've never seen Unreal Insights, which is what you use to performance profile it that. So that's kind of, it's just funny. It's just kind of funny. Maybe I just never got that far into a project. Okay, fair. Yeah, if you're just doing it for hobby stuff, I get it. Yeah. Yeah, but this is just a procedural world spawned. That's my talent tree. Here's my world map. Oh, I'm in a nice square zone. This is called Starfall Crater. And this big yellow zone is supposed to be called Haunted Lighthouse, which doesn't make any sense at all, actually. Make a fireball, please. Okay. Blowing your mind right now. Yep, there it is. There's the fireball. Did I earn a sub? I have a fireball. I sent you my fireball. Please respond. Nexogen Nerd, you mentioned that last time you were here. You wanted the fireball so bad. I have one. It's right here. Now what? Now what? Tell me you love me. I'm anxiously awaiting your response. Please, I need your response. What is your response to the allegations? Oh, okay. 4 heart eyes emojis. I'll accept it. I'll accept it. Thank you. Okay, yeah. So the game is an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. These are all like placeholder assets for now. This is all just like free for the month, kit bashed assets. So it's not going to be this style by the time it comes out. I'll actually like hire people or something. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to fucking do. I'm not that far. But I'm just kind of working on a lot of the foundational systems here. We got procedural terrain. It is destructible, although the destruction does not work super well. So there's the terrain does get edited at runtime. There you go. And it changes the verts. The verts are absolutely terrible, and it's not useful at all. So more work to be done there. I also have dynamic tree chopping for logging. So like wherever the axe connects with the tree, it deforms the mesh at runtime. And I did that because I don't know how to model things. So I can't create multiple models for trees getting chopped. So I'm just gonna write code to do it for me, basically. That's, there you go. You can keep chopping. Boop. And now I have some wood in my inventory. Now I can build things. We can potentially build a very small house. Might actually be kind of hard to build here, but like, yeah, the building system, you got to take the resources to the blueprint, and then you have to spend time constructing it. And this is to facilitate like the colony sim side of the game. So like your colonists are going to have tree chopping stats. They're going to have like, construction skill, foraging, planting, mining, all that stuff. And so you'll be running around the world recruiting colonists in, all these different zones that should have different biomes and stuff like that. And you can create a little base, create a little colony. You can have your slaves colonists do things for you. You can force them. You can let them go collect mushrooms, because that's fun. It's fun. The colonists yearn for the mines. They do. They do. And hopefully the zones will have different biomes and stuff. I only have like 2 biomes right now. Is there fall damage? There will be. I haven't implemented fall damage yet. Will they procreate? I'm sure. Oh, Mr. Beast is here. Holy shit. Am I about to get my entire game funded if I like lock myself in my room for a month or something? Burn the trees, please. Let's see how it burns the tree. Like that has to be implemented, right? Like game dev, it's just not all free, right? Like I have to do that. Love the human male casting animation. Piss Buckets, I missed you. Welcome in, Piss Buckets. Everyone say welcome, Piss Buckets. Little Timmy Piss Buckets, we call him. Did you implement pissing in buckets? I have not yet. I have not. I'll bump that up in price. I'll change that to a P1. And we'll talk about it on our next sync. Love the human male casting animation. Yeah, so like I borrowed some animations from WoW just so I could work on, the ability system a little bit. Borrowed some sounds too. The FX are all like free stuff though, so. Welcome, Piss Bonkers. Yes, that was instructions unclear. Oh, thank you, thank you. Runtime water sim incoming. Hey, I'm waiting for Prismatica to get finished over there, so I don't like. He raided the other day. But shout out to Prismatica. If you guys don't know Prismatica, check him out on. He's on YouTube. He's on Twitch. Prismatica Dev. He's like a shader god, right? Like I'm good at C++. I'm good at writing code. He's amazing with materials, like the world simulation that he's able to do, and he's got a ton of like helpful videos on Unreal Engine. Like if you're trying to learn Unreal Engine materials or shaders, like go check his channel out because it is a wealth of knowledge. He's got a lot of great videos. But yeah, I'm waiting on him to finish his water plugin, so I don't have to learn how to do it. What's the game loop that you plan? I don't like to think in terms of game loops. I think that if a game focuses too much on a game loop, the game feels formulaic. I feel like I can actually feel as a player when a game has focused too much on a loop. You know, what I like to do is I like to create a world. I mean, this is my first game, so I'm talking like I've been doing this for fucking years. I haven't. Well, I've been working on this for 3 years, but I've never released a game before, so I don't know what I'm talking about. But the way I like to think about it is I'm going to create a world, I'm going to create systems to interact with in the world, and then I'll let the player create their own loop. But what I imagine for the flow of the game is that, you know, you create a character, there will be different classes to choose from, eventually different races, but probably will only launch with just humans, right? But different classes to choose from. And every class has like a bunch of unique abilities to choose from, you know, like vanilla WoW, right? Like the tons of abilities. Not one of those games where it's like 4 abilities and an ultimate, right? Like that's not fun. That's not fun. So this is just a game I'm working on. I want like deep talent trees, right? And so it's going to be a roguelite. So every time you die, you'll start over at level 1. But as you level up, every few levels, you'll get like 3 random abilities to choose from. And you'll start to create like a build, right? You'll start to create like a new kit every time you do a run. And I want to experiment with a long form roguelite. So usually roguelite runs are like 30 minutes to an hour. And I want to do like dozens of hours, right? For a run, potentially. And I want to see how that goes. You know, I want to play around with it. Human, elf, orc, yeah, that kind of stuff. But then when you die, you know, you'll start over and you'll get new abilities next time. The talents will be static, so you'll have to pick like talents that are complementary to the abilities that you've rolled for that run. Come down here. Oh. Whoa. And then as you run around in the world, you can recruit colonists and stuff like that and start building bases. There will be NPC ran colonies as well that you can interact with that'll create like different factions, you know. And when you die, like the world state stays the same after you die. So when you come back, your colony's still going to be there, but they might have been attacked while you're dead, right? So you need to make sure you set up your defenses well for your colony. And, you know, maybe last run you recruited a really good blacksmith or something. And that means that, you know, on your next run, when you start over at level 1, he can maybe create you some really good gear that you wouldn't have had last time at level 1. So that's going to be kind of the flow of the game. And then it's just kind of like, it'll be pretty sandboxy from then on out, right? So it's just kind of on you to interact with the different colonies that might be around in the world. One of the things I'm doing with the game is I'm actually going to try and run the entire world, at least all of the colonies, as much as I can. So if you build a colony here, and then you run all the way over to here, it's a huge map. It's a huge map. It's 15 kilometers. Every pixel on here is a terrain chunk. So if I click here, that is 1 pixel on the map. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got a radius of about four terrain chunks. And so that's like this big. That's this big that I'm rendering right now. So if you run all the way up here, you know, and your colony is really far away, but it's still running. Everything that I've done, I'm working on an ACS system right now. And we were doing it at the beginning of the stream. I had 2,000 entities running on screen at 60 FPS. I was running at 90 FPS off screen in editor, so that's really good. But I will be running your colony, and like it's the exact same thing that runs when you're there as if you're not there. So it depends on how you set your colony up, you know, like where your paths are. If you send them to go chop trees, you know, they'll actually need to run out to the trees, chop them, bring the wood back, process it. Like that'll all actually need to happen whether you're there or not, and it'll happen in the exact same way. And if there's like a bandit or a wolf in the forest, they will get attacked by that bandit or wolf, whether you are there or not. So equipping your colonists, making sure that they're safe, making sure that they're not doing anything that's too dangerous, you know, getting them good gear, leveling them up, that's all going to be very important. Can you describe what is ECS? ECS stands for Entity Component System. It's like a data-driven architecture that focuses on the principles of CPU cache locality. So making sure that your memory is physically close to each other, so that when it goes and when your CPU goes and grabs memory from the RAM, from your RAM, which is it's actually really far. It's like going to the grocery store for groceries. It'll go to the grocery store, grab a bunch of groceries, bring it back and put it in the pantry, which is your processor's L1 cache. And so going to the pantry is infinitely faster than going to the grocery store, as we all know, because we've all bought groceries before, I hope. And so, yeah, the ECS system tries to like really pack tightly contiguous arrays to iterate over really, really fast. And so that's kind of what an ECS system is. I'm writing my own because there's a lot of different things that you can do with it. And I wanted flexibility and stuff like that. And I wanted to run it multi-threaded. So right now, all my ECS systems are running on the background threads. This sounds like more calculation than needed. Why not just reducing the simulation quality when at the other side of the map? So, CodeSyn, how would you reduce the simulation quality? What would you do? Is it just me, or do you have caves now? I've had caves for a while. And how do you implement this? Oh, that's a long topic. That is a long topic. Any reference? I mean, there's tons of stuff on Google. So I'm sure if you just Google search ECS system, you can start learning quite a bit about it. The reason why I don't want to reduce the simulation, right? I want the real thing. I don't want it to work differently, whether you're there or not. What's this game called? Is it on Steam? No, I don't even have a name for it. It's just called My Project right now. It's just called My Project. This is such a nice cave. This is such a nice cave. So check out this. So there's this big mountain here, right? Cave entrance is right here. And then I don't think I can actually get up to where I'm at. Like, I can't walk up that hill. And I definitely can't walk up over here. But then, like, you can get up there through this cave. That's like really cool. That's actually really fucking cool. And so, like, if you were to build a base here, like, the only way you'd be able to get attacked is through that cave. So that would be like a really defendable position, you know. Human, elf, orc. Will factions be there with their specific skills? You've said that 3 times now, and it is not any more clear than the first time you said that. Oh, no, you said it 4 times now. Jesus Christ, my dude. Oh no, 5 times. 6. You've said it 6 times. Will factions be there with their specific skills? What specific skills? Like skills specific? Like, I don't know. What you're asking is not very clear. I do want those races, but like that's a lot for an indie to do. So like I probably will not release with all of those races, whatever, you know, in 20 years when I finally release this game. I will probably only have human. But there will be factions in the world. I will release with that. Call it My Project too. Hey, that's the DLC, or that's the sequel. Reduce tick rate based on distance. I mean, I do have an LOD I do kind of have that built in a little bit. And yeah, that's one of the tricks I'm going to have to do if I can't run like all of the colonies, you know what I mean? I'm also going to have some simulation invokers, like, you know, just like the random wolves that wander around the forest. Like, I don't need those to be running at all times, right? Like, I can turn those off. Don't care about that, you know? Are you allowed to use Blizzard's IP? No. No. Just placeholders for now. Not a big deal. This guy really wants to know the racial skills. Yeah, I know, right? Like, I can't answer everything in chat, and you know, pasting it 6 times is a little aggressive. Will there be microtransactions to purchase better buckets to piss in? Safe, dude. You really want those questions answered. Say for thief can have the ability to sneak. Yeah, I'm not gonna go over every single like special ability that every class has right now. I don't even have that like ready to go. Like I don't know yet. I don't know what abilities everything's gonna have yet. I haven't gotten that far. Whoa. Let's try a new seed. 681. Okay, here's a nice red zone. I was playing around with the textures. Oh, we got some nice. We got my 3 different color textures here. So that over here is like my nice craggy, rocky zone. This will be like Blood Mist Village, or you know, some Blood Rage Canyon. You know, that'll be the zone name or something. Red Rocks Peaks, you know, something like that. If it rains, do the buckets reset? Yeah, we'll probably do some piss bucket resetting. Yeah. Depending on what they does, but for like getting wood near it, you just move the actor, the tree, break the tree, take down the wood, stock the wood. But when far away, the actor, do not move, just calculate the amount of wood it should have, taking in this lapse of time. Yeah, I don't want that. That's faking it. That's not real. Like I want to do the actual path following. I don't want to fake it. Because how would they get attacked if I'm doing that? If there's a wolf or a bandit in the forest, if there's a raid or something, how would that interaction happen like that? Like I want the whole thing to be running so those kinds of interactions can happen. Like I want the world to feel alive. I don't want to fake it, you know? And yeah, of course, like if they're not actually rendered, they're not actually going to be swinging the axe and chopping the tree, you know? Like the actual choppage of the tree probably can just be, you know, I don't actually have to like do the animation and swing the axe, you know what I mean? Like I can still just do the you know, just bisect it or whatever I'm gonna call it, you know? So it's like, yeah, there will be like the simulation is lesser just by nature of them not being rendered, and everything runs on the background thread right now, so it's all like super performant. So and when there's no actual representation for the entity in the world, every single thing that it does is on the background thread. Like the only thing I need to use on the game thread is basically like a gameplay ability system, which I'm going to overwrite anyway. So combat for the most part needs to happen on the game thread. My biggest bottleneck right now. But so that we'll be changing that. But other than that, it's just moving the actor or moving the instance, like literally set location. Those are the things that need to happen on the game thread. So if there's no actual physical representation of them, then it all runs on the background thread, and it's super, super cheap. All the pathfinding always happens on the background thread. And my entire nav mesh stays loaded, right? The nav mesh is always there. And so the output I get from my compute shaders for the terrain gen is, it's like a vertex. I get a vertex and an index buffer. So a couple of arrays that just represent the triangles for the mesh. And that's just like the raw mesh data, right? And so what I was doing is I was just taking that data, because I didn't want to actually have the meshes here in memory, because I was doing tests and that I can't have every single terrain chunk loaded. It takes up too much memory. But I can have a lot more loaded if I don't use the mesh, and I just use this raw data. And so the way the nav mesh like the terrain chunk isn't just invisible here, it doesn't exist. All I have is that raw data. And I can give that to the nav mesh, and the nav mesh knows what that looks like. The nav mesh knows what that's supposed to be. So the nav mesh doesn't even actually use the mesh, it uses that. It's called a custom export. There's a function for it. It was actually really easy to do. What was a bit harder to do was to get PCG to run on that data. So for PCG, that's what that's procedural content generation. It's a system in Unreal Engine, and that's what all the assets are placed with and spawned with, like all the little mushrooms and trees and rocks and stuff. Those are all spawned with PCG. And so that actually usually needs collision. Like you need to have collision turned on to sample the points on the terrain or on whatever you want to spawn things on. But yeah, if I don't have a mesh and I don't have collision, like there's no collision out here, but the entities still move around here because I take that raw triangle data that is output from my Marching Cubes computator, and I store it in a spatial data structure, like a bounding volume hierarchy. And what this does is it spatially partitions your data so that you don't need to iterate over every single triangle and check for a line segment intersection for collision. You can only iterate through the local, the vertices, the local triangles. And so it's like really, really efficient. And what I've effectively done is rewritten collision a little bit to run entirely on the background thread. And I wrote a PCG node in C++ to use that exact data and sample points from that data. So that's how all these trees and stuff are spawned. It uses that same raw data. It doesn't even need the mesh. I don't need to generate the mesh at all. The only reason the mesh is there is for the player. That's the only reason it's there. So pathfinding will still happen. All that stuff will still happen. So I am planning to have that full simulation, suffice to say. So yeah, and I think faking it is actually more work to me. Like having to do all those like super specific things, you know, like you were saying, Code Send, like when the player's near, remove the tree and adapt it to the terrain based on what was like, that's like, I would have to do that for every single thing that could happen, right? That's a lot of work. And I would rather just like, you know, I might just reduce the tick rate for things that are far away. The background threaded tick rate, basically. Oh, this is a cool little cave right here. Like you can walk in this cave and then you just end up right here. Is this open world? Yes, yeah. So it's an entirely procedural world here. Entirely procedural. Started playing RimWorld, nice game, but people keep going crazy all the time. The game is hard even on the easiest difficulty. Yeah, you just gotta like learn each run. You need to learn like what went wrong last run, how can I improve it this run? It sounds like you might be playing playing on commitment mode. Like I don't play RimWorld to win, I play for the journey, right? Like I almost want to lose on RimWorld. Do you have a thread pool or only use a single other thread? I just use async tasks, so it just kind of dispatches it for me. So my for each async, oh, that's on the game thread. That's commented out. For each async. So yeah, it just pops it into a background thread like that. So it'll saturate the background threads, and we can see that by loading up one of my traces here. And so this is a trace from when nothing was rendered and running entirely on the background thread. So this is 2000 entities in editor running entirely on background threads, and we got about 90 FPS. And so if I just scroll down to some of my background threads, you know, here is the state tree processor, 12 milliseconds there. The velocity processor is taking a hit. It's down to 33 milliseconds. But I do have some plans to split that up and run that a little bit better. And these are all running in contiguous threads. It's like one thread for a processor, so I will be doing some parallel processing that'll saturate these threads a little bit better. Because you can see all this, look at all this wasted space here. Like, look at that. I have like 5 milliseconds doing nothing on that thread. Yeah, we need to get that thread to work. We need to put that thread to work. So here's, yeah, state tree processor, velocity processor. There's a move to processor somewhere. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, these are running kind of slow now because I switched from my archetypal ECS back to the entity data pool ECS. So the archetypal ECS was actually better at raw iteration speed, but the data was unstable because it stored it based on archetypes, or really what was like a query, like an entity data query. It stored it in these kind of, you know, every entity that had a specific makeup of entity data was stored specifically. And when its data makeup changed, it would have to move the data to a different place. And that made background thread processing really difficult. It was faster, and I do have some metrics for that. I was seeing like a 0.25 to 0.3 increase between the two systems. So the top one is the entity data pool method, which is what I'm back to now. And then the bottom one is the archetype method, which I just refactored from. So I lost a little bit of raw iteration speed, but I gained the ability to use my background threads more effectively. And I think that was worth it. So far, I think that was worth it. But that's kind of what I need to figure out today, is whether or not I'm going to stick with that. I need to make a decision and move forward. The archetype system was way more complicated. And I think technically you could find a way to work with it on background threads. But I think the amount of locking that you would have to do, like the amount of mutexes that you would have to manage, is just, it's too much. And I'm already going to have to do that enough with the data pool method that I'm using currently. Could have mined some crypto in those 5 milliseconds. Yeah, is that what gamers want? Do they want their systems to be used for mining crypto? Make the game free, but I'm going to use one of your threads to mine crypto. Is that a viable business model? I might have just like manifested that into the fucking zeitgeist. Take it back. All right, every game is free now, but 3 of your cores. And you know, like, the price of the game is how many cores of your CPU it uses to mine crypto. It's like, it only uses 1 of my cores to mine crypto. Like, oh, it's super cheap, you know. Like, yeah, we're gonna need all 8 of your cores for crypto. On Ubisoft would use all 8 cores, I think. You need more viewership, honestly. I don't know if I'm ready for that. I think the YouTube shortsers are they're a little aggressive, I'll be honest. I'm happy to have y'all here. Sometimes you get a little ornery, if I'm not gonna lie. This is a really cool journey to live stream, document, and show people the real authentic side of coding. Yes. While I meme and shit post. Mushrooms. Yes, give me the mushrooms. Give me some wood too. Yes, I want the shitty twigs. Shitty twig. Cucumber. Movement's clean. Yeah, the movement's from a plugin. Locomotion is actually really fucking hard. Locomotion is actually really hard. Is the whole world marching cubes, or is it only the cave? So I have 3 different compute shaders that I run. I have a height map compute shader. I have the 3D noise compute shader, which is for all the caves and stuff. And then I have like a custom marching cubes compute shader that stitches it together. And you can actually see that here. Like, if you look, like, the way this connects right here is actually a side effect of that little custom HLSL I wrote. I think I can do better, because it is like, I think this should be better right here. Like, this kind of steep change isn't good. I think there's a better way to do it. I'm not sure what it is. But we need a COD slide in this game. I do kind of want to slide. I was thinking more satisfactory, but yeah. But like, it's not like inherently voxelized. That was a bad example. It's like the deformation, it's like I only store data on a per vertex basis. If I generate that, kind of zoom out, those are all the vertices in this chunk. And the only data I'm storing is on each vertex. I don't store it in a voxel. So when I deform the terrain, it's not going to need to be inherently like tied to a voxel resolution. Marching cubes is a voxel algorithm. So it's like a voxel-y, but it's not going to need to be. And the way that it stitches them together doesn't align with a particular voxel resolution either. So yeah, I can show the verts there. And I actually have that as like gameplay data. But if you listen to my footsteps, it sounds different on the stone versus the grass, and the dirt is different as well. And I'll have gameplay meaning on that too, because like when you hit rock, you want that to behave differently than when you hit dirt, right, with a pickaxe. And so we'll do that. And eventually I think I'll probably still use this data for or not this data, but like I think I'll probably store the ore that's spawned with this as well in that same way. I'm just a poor web programmer from a poor family. Segment fault, segment fault. Null pointer exception, very, very frightening. I do need a programmer version of that song. I feel like that's something Primogen would do. I got some sunflowers in this biome. There's some hemp too. You know, I'm hoping that even though I have like specific biomes, like this is my meadows biome. Like this is meadows. It's not in my meadows terrain noise. It's very spiky terrain noise. And then this is my forest biome. Like I think I want the resources and the mobs spawned in each zone to be dynamic, so that every time you run into a forest biome, it's not the same. You know, and there is, you know, something to explore. Or something new in each one, you know. Can you subdivide the section you mine so it fragments to even smaller pieces? I mean, I haven't thought through the entire deformation system. I've really only proof of concepted it. I will need to make sure that because like in the worst case scenario, if I do increase the resolution when the player deforms the terrain, like they could technically get themselves into a place where their world, the longer it goes on, the more deformations that happen, the more memory it takes up, because more verts are created on each deformation that happens. So I'll need to be careful of that. I'll need to be careful of increasing the resolution when you mine. But this is one level. I do have like a resolution and LOD system for my terrain, and this is one level lower than I think I intend to like ship with. And that's just for like testing so that I can generate it a little bit faster. So it is a little like rough, especially like this terrain noise is pretty rough. You know, it's like that doesn't look good, right? And part of that is just how I've set up the terrain noise parameters for this zone. But the other part of it is I'm just running this a little lower res than I normally would. A world like Light No Fire. I'm not familiar with that. I'm not familiar with that game. For those of us that don't work with 3D things, what is a voxel? I mean, it's not really. I kind of hate that people have coined that. It's the same as it's a 3D pixel, and so a pixel isn't really like a thing, right? A pixel is just like a resolution, really, that has some piece of data tied to it, I guess. And like a voxel is just a 3D version of that. So it has an X, Y, and a Z. That's really it. But like what I think how people usually think about a voxel is that it is a cube in a world, and that cube has information in it. So like think Minecraft. Minecraft is made of voxels. Each cube is a voxel. And so when I say something is a voxelized algorithm, it means, you know, marching cubes literally takes a cube and it marches it in 3D space, and it lerps vertices together based on some input noise. And so I can generate some 3D simplex noise, Perlin noise, gradient noise, something, Dvorak. And then I can say, hey, anything below, because that noise it'll have a value between 0 and 1. And I can say, hey, anything below 0.5 is empty space. And so I can tell, that's called the ISO level in the marching cubes algorithm. And so marching cubes will be like, okay, I am going to lerp to wherever 0.5 is, right? Anything below 0.5, I'm going to lerp to that. And so like right here along the edge is whatever I don't know what my ISO level was set to, I forget. I think mine is actually between -1 and 1. And I think 0 is my ISO level. But yeah, it was like, yep, this is everything in here is below 0, so treat it as empty space. Computers are straight up magic. Throw light on sand and it becomes able to do something like this. Yeah, yeah. I've seen you get some wild YouTube shorts, people. Yeah, I'm quite happy with my viewership now. Quite happy. So thank you all for joining me. Thank you. I Know Fire is the new game. Hello Game. Oh, I actually just saw that. Yeah, I actually just saw that the other day. Yeah, I think Hello Games is probably, they're the kings of procedural generation. And I've watched some talks by Sean Murray, the guy who created the studio, who created No Man's Sky. And so, yeah, I think their procedural generation is going to be higher fidelity than mine. But I'm doing mine a bit differently. And how I'm trying, because like I know how they're, from his talks, they have like an Uber noise function. And it's similar to how Minecraft does it as well. I watched a talk on the Minecraft generation. And the way they do their generation is like they have one noise function that, you know, they can pass a location into Sean's Uber noise function. Yes. So they have one Uber, that's what he coined the name of. And so they pass a location into it and they can get a value out or a series of values out. And that defines everything. So they just have, like, that's not how mine works. Mine's, it's kind of, I'm doing mine kind of backwards in order to have higher fidelity of grounded in the world. Because if you think about a game like Minecraft or like No Man's Sky or like Valheim, the biomes just kind of, and I've never played No Man's Sky, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but like, at least in Minecraft or Valheim, like the zones and biomes, they don't have like names. They're just kind of there, right? The jungle biome is always the jungle biome. And it just kind of seamlessly, all the biomes seamlessly blend from one to another. They're great games. I love their procedural generation. It's great. For mine, I'm doing like a more rules-based approach, because theirs is just inputs and outputs. And it just outputs all those biomes. Now they have a lot running under the hood to do that, but what I do is I create the biomes first. Like this map we see here is, I just put a Voronoi algorithm on here, which just creates a bunch of cells. I assign each cell a color, which connects them together in interesting shapes like we see here. Each color represents a different biome. And the different biomes have different things spawned in them. And then on the edges of the zone, on the edges of the zones, I wrap it in mountains. But there is a border, there are border mountains around each one. This is called Beacon Hills. Okay, so Beacon Hills, and I'll show you this. So there are the border mountains spline. And so you can see that lines up here. And so I am putting a physical boundary in between each zone. And I will have the AI name the zones as well. But I wanted to create like more so WoW-like zones where the zones are actually grounded into the world and like exist in the world, and they're not just like some, you know, procedural generated noise thrown out into the world, if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm making sense there. And I don't know if anyone understands like the difference between what I'm saying and what like something like Minecraft is. It's because I actually want to give these, I want to do procedural generation with intention. Is really what I want. So I'm kind of doing it backwards, which is a bit more inefficient. And it's like, I want to be able to do something like, say, you know, even though this is a meadows biome, I want to like section off a part of this maybe, which will be randomly picked, and the size will be random. But I want to say, okay, put a forest in here. And I don't want that to be part of the function, because I want insight on that, right? Like I want to know what the points of interest are in my zone. You know, the forest might be one of those points of interest, right? And I don't want to have to like query the world to define that after the fact, you know? And I don't know if I'm making sense here when I'm saying this. But like when everything's a part of a noise function and it's just outputs, it's kind of a black box as to what happens, right? And so to find out like like take for instance in Minecraft, picture a village in Minecraft. Now this village is in a certain biome, but let's say it's right next to another biome, like a forest, right? Or what if it's right next to a cave, right? If you wanted to procedurally create a storyline for that village where the villagers know the village name. They know what zone they're in. They know what zones are next to them. They know that there's a cave right there, and they know that there's a giant in that cave that has been terrorizing their livestock. How would you procedurally create that storyline with like an uber noise function where you have inputs and outputs, and what happens in the middle is, you know, you'd have to run it backwards, kind of, in a way. You'd have to query the world, and, you know, I think probably they have some information. Like, they would definitely, you know, No Man's Sky or Minecraft, they definitely have information on their points of interest. But I don't think they have, like, I don't think they would be able to say from the perspective of a zone or a biome what biomes are next to it. They would have to, like, query the world, and they would have to run some computation to figure out. I don't have to do that because I created all mine up front, right? That's what I was trying to say with, like, I created this map first, and then each pixel on here dictates what the terrain chunk is. And it's a bit more inefficient because what I have to do is for each terrain chunk, like, each of these have a set of parameterized noise, and then each chunk has to go to each neighbor chunk. And for each vertex in this chunk, it will generate itself as if it were generated with the neighbor chunk's noise. And so, like, these two chunks are different sets of noise. They're different noise. So it has to do a weighted average distance-based blend. Every single vertex has to do that for every single neighbor chunk. And the HLSL for that looks absolutely horrid. I should have used AI for this. This would have been a great job for AI. I did not. So you can do struct arrays in Unreal Engine HLSL. Normal HLSL, which is shader language, doesn't have structs. Unreal Engine has some workings for that. That's what I'm doing here with these. I've tried to create some macros, but, like, you can't act, like, everything has to be statically defined. It basically, like, there's no, like, dynamic programming very much, right? You can't dynamically access struct arrays. So these are all, this is neighbor 0. Like, I have to pass in all 8 neighbors. And these are all the noise parameters: scale, quality, function, turbulence, levels, min, max, level scale, filter width, tiling, position, you know, height multiplier. I have to pass in height curves. I have to sample, I have to grab 200 points from a fucking height curve. And look at this. Look how awful this looks. Look what I had to do. Look, I should have just fucking chat GPT'd this. I don't know why I didn't. I think I was very anti-AI at the time. Or maybe I wrote this before it really took off. I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, this is me blending it. That's me doing some blending. You're using the neutral mountain region to split the biomes. Well, it's not necessarily a region. What I do is, you know, I have this spline here, and I actually had to make a shout out to Pixel Shake for the idea for this, but I actually send this spline to a Niagara particle system, and then I pass every single vertex in every single chunk, and I lerp its height based on a curve based on its distance to the spline in a Niagara particle effect. So every vertex turns into a particle, and that way it runs on the GPU and it's super fast. And I know my compute shaders are already running on the GPU, but, like, you can't just pass in a spline to the GPU. Like, splines actually have a very complicated formula to them that I didn't want to have to rewrite because Niagara already wrote it for me. So I use Niagara particle effects to calculate the height, like, displacement. And so I basically just have, like, here's how far the mountain, here's how high the mountain should be, here's how they should blend. So it's not necessarily like a region, it's just another set of rules that the height map generation follows. As a clanker addict, I'd suggest staying away from it. The addiction is worse than heroin. I mean, thankfully I've been programming for enough years that I don't need it for a whole lot of things. It's nice for some things, for sure, but I don't, trust me, I don't think, I think I'll probably get left behind sooner than I would get addicted to it. Steve Jobs, the clanker addict. That's funny. Have you been streaming your development from the first day or started somewhere in between? It was somewhere in between. I think I had been doing it for at least a year. At least a year before I started streaming. Splines are easy. Yeah, building the spline, because it's built, like, there's a component for it, is easy. Yeah, you have to re-implement the code, like, because I need a distance to this line. You have to re-implement the equations, the spline equations for that on the GPU, and it's not trivial. I'll say that. But thankfully, Niagara already has it. Niagara actually already has that. So I'm just going to use Niagara's, right? Game? This is just a game I'm working on. Doesn't have a name or anything yet. Let's check out a new seed. 681, let's go seed 682. So I am working on, it's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combination with procedural, destructible terrain, and AI generated quests. This is kind of a boring seed because it's all just like flat terrain. But like, this is a good example of my zone entrance chunks. Can you teleport in game? Why is that so important to you? I had multiple people come in here and ask that. I think you have asked that multiple times now. Tell me, why are you so curious about teleportation in the game? I'm curious. How many years have you been doing game dev? Same amount of years I've been working on this project, which is 3. But yeah, you can see, like, if I look at the map here, so these white dots on the map are what I'm calling my zone entrance chunks, and those are breaks in the mountains. And what I wanted was to create like a really contained experience with like defined boundaries and stuff like that. It's something more like vanilla WoW zones, because like every zone in WoW is like, it has some physical boundary to it. Could be a river, could be an ocean. Most of the time it's a mountain, actually. And thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Appreciate the subs, guys. And so I think that creates a really nice experience, especially with like the named zones. I think it's a lot cooler to cross the threshold into a new zone. Now these zones happen to be the exact same, so it's not going to look very cool. But like, if you picture going from like Barrens to Ashenvale, which is like going from an African Sahara type zone into like a magical enchanted forest type zone, like that's a pretty cool experience. And then the zone just kind of opens up in front of your eyes, and you just get this whole like sense of like, oh my god, I want to go explore this thing, which is a different feeling from when you see a new biome on the distance in Minecraft, because you kind of can see the whole biome. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have borders or boundaries to it. So I wanted to go for something different, because I can't beat, not that I'm trying to beat anyone, but like, I definitely can't beat No Man's Sky procedural generation. The change in biomes is abrupt at some places, and that intentionally, will you be working on it later? Both. Like, of course, this material is not blended at all. I will need to work on that, but like, I was just talking about how like, in WoW, transitioning from Barrens to Ashenvale, that's an abrupt, drastic change. Those two zones are not the same vibe. I do want that. So I do want abrupt changes that I just need to work on the blending. Right, they do need to blend, but they'll blend very quickly, you know. Many more PCG games, it's so cool and engaging. I agree, I love procedural games, which is why I think partly why Enshrouded fell flat, a little flat for me. There seems to be a chunk of light green in the zone, dark green. Yeah, so that's intentional. That's just a little bit of noise. Blending, it's same for this zone, it's like darker and lighter. Just kind of breaks up the... and this is all just like, I don't know very much about like shaders and the rendering side of Unreal Engine, so that's just kind of like me playing around with it a little bit. And so this is all like, you know, this doesn't look good, right? Up close, this looks kind of bad. I don't know what I'm doing. When it comes to rendering and shaders and stuff like that, at least. So that looks bad. These are all just like random assets, so it'll get better. These are actually all, like, I have nanite turned on for everything, and none of these are nanite optimized. Like, there's a lot of transparency on the foliage and the, you know, the grass and the trees and stuff, so a lot of overdraw happening here. Can you teleport in this game? Why You are the. Why is everyone so curious about teleportation? Like, I'll answer that question, but you guys have to answer that for me. Why is teleportation so engaging for you all? I've had so many people ask about that. Yeah, Codeson, I hope I answered your question. I think I know what you're talking about. Keep up the good work, man. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate y'all. Did you learn game dev from being a 3D modeler and animator first? No, I'm terrible at both of those things. I'm a programmer in my day job. Let's get a new seed that's actually interesting, maybe. 683. They really do not want to use their legs, not even in a video game. Oh, look at this fucking seed, dude. Look at that. So I have an altitude modifier and an altitude offset parameter. And, you know, I have an altitude for every terrain chunk in the game based on the world map. And so the zones and their parameterized noise can, like, if I hover over each pixel, you can see the altitude value up here. And so ocean is 0, that's low. And then as I go to the lighter chunks, that's 1, altitude of 1. This is the highest spot in the world. And so this zone just happened to have a really high altitude modifier value. Can you burn trees? Right now, no. Can you teleport to a bucket in this game? Would you be open to consider investment in the development of this game? How much do you think it would cost normally to end, which can be financed until the game publishes? I've never made a game before, so I can't really speak on behalf of how much it would cost. I wonder how Skyrim handled this. Their biome change is so smooth. Well, Skyrim isn't procedurally generated. They hand did all of that. That's why it's so smooth. They didn't have to use math to do it. We have to deal with enough commute time in real life. That's why we care about teleportation. Is that why? Is that why you're so curious about whether or not you can fast travel in a game? Did you ever try making a multiplayer game? I mean, I've done some replication in this game. This is the only game I've worked on. What does everybody mean by teleport? Fast travel or what? I assume it means fast travel, yeah. Skyrim has some procedural tools to speed up artists' work. Yeah, I mean, I think most games. That's just kind of assumed now. But it doesn't... I don't think using, like, you know, a brush to procedurally place trees is considered procedural generation by anyone's standards. How important is maths for making a game? Depends on what kind of game you're making. At least a little bit of vector math is necessary for most games, I would say. So, my plan for fast travel... So I don't like fast travel in games. I think it trivializes the world. I think it disrespects the world. And when you disrespect the world with your game design and your game design decisions, the player will disrespect it as well. And I think that ruins any sense of exploration. And so whenever I see people complaining about travel times in games, I try to break that down in my head. Why don't they want to, you know, and it's usually because they don't want to walk between the same zones, or they don't want to do the same walk every time, is what I've kind of derived, right? When you're always going to and from the same place, yeah, that's boring. You're not seeing new things, right? So I do get that. I get that. I'm a pro modeler and animator. When I start C++ and Unreal, will I have upper hand and earn more in the industry? I don't know. I'm not in the industry. I do not work in the game industry. Will there be archery? And whenever the arrow lands, you teleport. Just kidding. Would you consider remote sourcing for a game development project? Remote sourcing as in like hiring people that are remote? I don't have money. I can't just hire people. It's just a hobby project right now. Y'all are acting like I'm in the game industry. I'm not. This is my free time project. They're not actually enjoying the world. They just want to complete the goals. Yeah. But I think specifically, like, maybe they enjoyed it the first time they ran through it. And then the next time, and here's where I was going with that, Piss Buckets, Mr. Buckets. Where I was going with that was because I saw this criticism of New World. Who's played New World? The MMO by Amazon. And, like, people hated the travel time. And what I think... And they were all like, oh, like, we need faster travel, you know, we need more, because there's like a fast travel resource in the game, right? Like, you have a resource that you can use to fast travel. And so what I think is, like, their quests were like, go here and kill 6 of these things, go here, collect 4 chests. And so it's like you'd run for 10 minutes to that place and you'd spend 10 minutes there, killing 6 things, grabbing 4 boxes or whatever. Yeah, the ratio of gameplay to travel is completely off there. Like, that should have been kill 20 things. And there, you would actually have more interaction between players as well, because players are there for longer. So there's more interaction as well. So you need to spend more time doing the thing at the place, right? Is what I think was part of the problem. And I think the other part of the problem is I actually loved running everywhere in New World because of the gathering was so good in New World that I never ran on a path. I walked off the paths and, like, collected all the iron, all the herbs, and all that stuff. So I think that was one problem. They eventually put mounts in the game. But I think the problem is it's not different every time they run somewhere. There's not a different experience, even though the place is the same. And I have some systems in mind for that to make that more exciting, to make you actually want to fast travel, but I will have some form of fast travel in the game. And what I want to do for fast travel in the game is I actually want you to have to, like, build out the fast travel network, right? So, and what I want that form to take is, like, you need a colony. You need to build a colony, first of all. You need to have an animal handler colonist, a colonist who is high enough level to tame and train a flying creature, like a griffin or a wyvern, and then you have to go find a griffin or a wyvern and tame it, right? And then, you know, that colonist might get killed in a raid or something. You know, those griffins might get killed in a raid or something. You also have to set that up in a different colony to connect those two together. Then you create the flight path there. So that's what I am planning to do for fast travel. And hopefully that incentivizes people to make multiple colonies throughout the world, right? And maybe there will be some max distance as well. Because it's not like if you create one colony here and then one colony over here, just flying straight there, it's a little wild. Like maybe just, like, you know, skip 2 zones or something, you know. But that's what I'm going to do for fast travel. I think late game, end game, I will allow you to build portals. I'll allow 4 portals per world. I think I'll allow that. That's end game though. But I want to see how far I can get without that. I haven't played New World, but sounds like GTA Online missions as well. But, like, the time spent traveling versus time spent actually doing the thing. Yeah. I have no problems with grind in Classic WoW. It's so good. Yeah, I mean, I think Vanilla WoW is, like... It's so funny that, like, I have the WoW diaries, and it's so crazy how close Classic WoW never got to being... It's crazy how close Classic WoW got to, like, almost not being made. Right, it was very close to not being made. And there were a lot of things that they just didn't think through. Like, you know, like world buffs and PvP wasn't very well thought out. But man, the things that they did think out, like, they fucking nailed it, I think. Like, the pacing of the game, the grind in the game, it's just beautiful to me. It is beautiful to me. I prefer Griffin Ride over fast travel. Yeah, because it still gives you the sense of world, right? Like you don't just, because when you create instant loading screen fast travel, the world becomes instanced. The world becomes instanced at that point. Like, okay, yeah, you can technically, you know, get everywhere, so it is like open world, but like the vibe changes to me. And that's what I meant by like disrespecting the world. I think if you do something like that, you're on some level disrespecting the world that you've spent time and money creating. And I think as a game designer, like you kind of have to be a parent to to the players. Like, of course, every player is going to say yes to wanting a flying mount that they can hop on at any time and fly anywhere with and control. You know, I'm looking at you, Burning Crusade expansion to WoW that literally did that, and I think ruined a lot of the game. Flying mounts. Like, of course, every player would want that because it means they can get their dopamine faster, right? So you kind of, and like, it doesn't mean it equates to a better game, right? I don't think that made it a better game. I think that made it a worse game with less longevity, right? So you kind of have to, I think as a game designer, your job is to kind of like hold back there needs to be peaks and valleys in the game, right? It can't all just be like instant gratification, or else it's, I mean, there are games that are like that, right? That's just more of an arcadey game, right? It's just more of an arcade game at that point, which can be fun. But that's pretty different from what I'm going for. Oh, this is just ocean. But yeah, when you actually do the Griffin ride, I think it gives players a sense of, you can still feel the scale and sense of the world there. And like you're giving the players cognitive downtime too, which I think cognitive downtime is something not enough designers think about. Like when everything is like super high octane, high intensity all the time in the gameplay, like it's fucking kind of draining, to be honest with you. It gets kind of draining. That's what I thought about, if anyone's played Black Desert Online, like the combat looks amazing, and a lot of people say it's like the best combat in an MMO, but like I get so tired of the combat so fast. And like they give you this XP buff, this daily XP buff for an hour, and it's supposed to incentivize you to go grind for an hour, but that hour is like the longest hour of my life. Whereas in something like Vanilla WoW, I can quest all day, baby. You know, because it's, first of all, it's all different, right? I'm not just grinding the same mob in a rotation forever. But also, like, there's cognitive downtime in the combat, right? There's time for me to look away from my fucking computer screen. I can look at my bags, I can look at my talents, I can think ahead, you know? Like, just the simple act of sitting and drinking water to restore health and mana, or you know, eating food and water to restore health and mana, like, gives you some cognitive downtime, and I actually think leads to higher longevity for the game. And like, I know like WoW doesn't fucking have mana anymore, really. unless you're doing in-game things. But I think the Griffin flight path is a great way for some cognitive downtime. You know, get up and grab some water, get up and go pee, you know, stretch a little bit. Just gives the player time to think about what they want to do in the game as well, if they're still engaged with it, which I like. So I think it's a good choice. Like Blasphemous, build your way up to the fast travel. I'm not sure what Blasphemous is, but yeah, you will have to build your way up to the fast travel for sure. What's this game about? This is going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. And we're looking at the procedural terrain right now. Just running through some different seeds. This algorithm I wrote. I should be working. I'm getting quite sidetracked. I have been for the past hour, I'd say. I got like a building system and all this cool stuff. Build things. Where's my door? Door. Personally, I think doing this work in free time with his high quality outstands you among well-talented professionals. Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Getting late here in Australia. Ooh, an Aussie. I'm amazed this is your side project. Well done. And good luck. I subbed. Well, thank you for your sub, dude. I appreciate that. And thank you everyone else who has subbed. I appreciate you all as well. Well, Outland is kind of conducive to enable flying there. Why enable it in Azeroth? I have no idea. Well, you didn't need to design Outlands that way. Like they designed it because they wanted to put flying mounts in it, right? It's not like it's like, oh, we accidentally designed it for flying, so now we have to put flying mounts in it. It was an intentional. It was very intentional. What game engine do you use? This is Unreal Engine. Specs of your PC: 7700X Ryzen processor, 3080 Ti, 64 gigs of RAM. Can you announce a release date? 20 years. And you know what? I'm gonna pump that up to 25 years just because you asked. Building system looking Fortnite-y. Yeah, this is all just like free assets. I don't like the default stylized look at all, you know. I also don't like fully realistic either. I want something in between. So, you know, this is not what the game is going to look like when it releases, if that ever happens. What systems are left to create or continue to build out existing systems? I think really just refactoring some of the... Yeah, I need to refactor every system, I think. Like, I'm working on the ECS system. I think once I'm done with it, it will be, like, pretty much... You know, give me, like, another week, I think, and I'll have the ECS system, like, you know, ironclad. And I'll be... Because what I need to do after I get this stable is also create an invoker settings system where, like, different entities can be set as invokers for the simulation. Because like I said, like the random mobs that just wander around in the forest, like I don't actually need those to like be online at all times. I really only need them to turn on when another, like a special entity runs near them, like a colonist or something. So I'll need to make that system. I want to refactor the terrain generation. I want to try actually doing it on the CPU. I know GPUs are fast and compute shaders and whatnot, but in Unreal Engine, there's only one render thread. And so any data that goes to and from the GPU has to be handled on the render thread. And so copying the amount of data that I send to my compute shaders, it's blocking. I only have one thread to do all that in versus potentially 8 threads. I could have 8 threads that I'm running the proc gen on. So I'm going to test that out and see how that goes. So I want to do a refactor there. I need to implement procedural points of interest. That's going to be kind of like a whole system as well. I've kind of got that. I have an idea for that, and I'll use PCG for that. But that'll need to. That will need to be kind of something that I create by hand. I need to spawn ore in the terrain, so I need to do better on the terrain physical material generation. Like all the materials that we see here, grass, dirt, rock, stuff like that. So I need to increase the fidelity of that a little bit. Probably just play with the existing system, really. I need to do more colony sim tasks. Right now I only have foraging. What do I have? I have foraging, I have construction, I have hauling. So I need to do things like, I need to do farming, right? That's gonna be a big thing. Tree chopping. I need to do mining. Mining is gonna be difficult. So the whole deformable terrain thing, that's gonna be a whole system that I'll need to do. And then I'll need to work on how the colonists deform terrain themselves when they do mining and stuff. So that's a system I need to work on. I would like to do another pass over combat because I have some cool ideas for combat roles, and I want to let the players configure like the kind of like the holy trinity that their colonists take. Because you might have like a healing colonist, right? You might have a colonist who has like more healing abilities, and you want them to use those more often, right? And right now all the combat is just like static. It'll happen in the same way every time, basically. So I want to make it a little bit more dynamic and let the player have a little bit of control over that. So I'd like that to be in place as well. And then I have to do NPC. I have to enable build out raids to happen on your bases. I still need to do that. And for that, I'll probably at first I'll just kind of like randomly generate the raids. just kind of spawn them at some location, some distance away from your base. And then after that, I'll probably work on NPC Rayan colonies and different factions in the world. And then actually make the raids come from like a specific faction and stuff. So those are, I think I need to refactor the building system. Every piece of building is an actor. That doesn't scale very well. I need to change them all into instant static meshes. But yeah, aside from that, everything's done. But nothing. Have I shown you guys my voxel storage? I need to do some more work on this as well. So this is like a little storage area that you can actually stack things into. And like your colonists can haul resources, and then there are actual storage settings for like what you want stored in here. And you can do allowed tasks as well. So you can use this area as like, this could be like chop trees, right? Like, and then you could like, you know, if I can make it green and disable everything that's not trees. And then you can say, hey, go chop trees in this area. I just deleted all the items in it, so I need to fix that. Tree chopping needs another pass too, so I've got a lot of things to do. I need to replicate everything as well. That's something I need to do. There's a lot of work to be done. A lot of work. You took too long to start making this game. Thank you. You took too long. That's a very fitting name. I'd say add microtransactions, and any game dev industry project manager would give you the green light for immediate Steam release. Yeah, release it now. It's done now. Just do it. I'm 14. I want to get into game dev, but I'm afraid AI will take my job. I get that, but man, you can't live your life in fear. You can't not do what you love just because you're afraid of AI, right? Best you can do is use AI to help you, but you should still learn without it. So I think you should still do it. If you find out that you enjoy doing it, you should do that. Oh, my torch. My torch. My really shitty fire. That doesn't follow physics at all. Create a Discord server to share it. I have plenty of ideas, and I'm sure you all have some great ideas too. But one thing I've learned is that the idea is the easiest part of game dev. Making games is hard, and the idea part of it's like everyone's got ideas, right? So ideas are free, and everyone's got them. That's not to say I don't want to hear your ideas or anything, but more ideas do not help this game get done. That's what I'm trying to say. Me working on it more gets it done. You want to refactor? Yeah, I know. So maybe I should get to work instead of yapping, huh? Let's check out the ECS system a little bit more. Where are we at? Did pathfinding really need to fail? Did you need to do that? Did you really need to crash the engine for me? When did you start on this game? About 3 years ago. Almost 3 years ago. Okay, where was I with the ECS? Right, so I just moved all this code, so we just basically commented all that out, moved it into another processor, the entity representation processor. So let's go to the test level. We'll check out. We'll just run it real quick just to kind of show. Yeah, I wanted to just take this to like 10K entities and see how it handled, because there's still definitely some thread locking issues. I'm just getting lucky here, basically. So this is 2,000 entities in editor running almost 60 FPS. Let me go full screen. Yeah, so full screen, we are at 60 FPS here. $65 maybe. So that's pretty good. And this is like this like 2,000 entities all on screen will never happen. But like when I turn away, I'm at like 100 FPS. So I actually did frustum culling. Ooh, I need to probably need to change these from actors so they actually get like cleaned up properly. But yeah, they actually all disappear when I'm not looking. So you can't tell because the exact frame that I turn, they all get spawned again. So if I do that, like, you see them like starting to pop in and out there. You see them like appearing and disappearing just outside of view. They're all like, oh, like I need to, I guess, clean up their attachments is maybe what's happening. Not necessarily that they're not getting garbage collected. In ESO, there can be 1,000 player PvP. Right. Well, thankfully, I'm not creating an MMO by myself. Only Team Vash can do that. Okay, so let's take that to 10K. Just fucking send it. Okay, 10,000 entities. Oh, there's so many actors. Yeah, okay, so we got there eventually. I was hoping to see how many we got to before this happened, but... oh, input velocity is just null. Okay. Yeah, probably just need to check all of them. Which I need to do. Like, there's so many refactors I need to do for this. I really need to split up my entity data even more. I found out that a transform is like fucking 90 bytes, which is kind of crazy. And so I should probably have... And like certain processors only need rotation and certain ones only need location. So splitting that up into actual like location, rotation, and scale will probably actually save me quite a bit of performance, which is like such a simple change. Thanks for the sub, guys. Lucas, Scoundrel, Daniel, appreciate you. Louise as well a while ago. Okay, Unreal Engine, get over there. This is one of my favorite songs on the track here. Song of Storms, Legend of Zelda. Okay, I guess we'll just do that again. Oh, it's only 2,000. Okay, hang on, stop. 2010. Save that. Okay. Didn't even plan on watching someone build a game they're passionate about, but it's been an hour and now I'm hooked. Well, thanks for hanging out for an hour. I appreciate you. Would you allow other people to create mods for your game? I will. Yeah, it's not going to be a primary focus, right? Like I need to get the game launched first. Modding is definitely an afterthought, but I would love to allow that. Do a LOD on attachment meshes for anything beyond third row. You can't see it anyway. How would I know that? Like, what information would I need to detect whether or not I would have to do like a ray trace from every single attachment to tell whether or not it's possible to be seen. That's gonna be more than necessary. Well, how will teleport work in this game? Ah! Ban him. Mods. I don't have any mods. Mods, get him. I know you're joking. I know. I'm playing into it. Velocity. Okay, so we just have a thread. This is our threading issue. Threading issues are happening. Forgive me. It's okay. You're good. I know you were joking. I have no idea what I'm suggesting. What I'm telling you is that figuring out whether or not the attachment is seen is actually harder than just rendering the attachment. So it's just not worth it. And I use nanite, right? So nanite is going to help from the rendering side of things. It won't help from the processing side of things. Okay, so what were we doing here? Velocity data was getting written to, I suppose. And this is the, what was writing? Oh no, this is the move to processor. Velocity, this is input, velocity input data. Yeah, wait, where was this getting written to from? Oh, we were adding data. Yeah. Yeah. So there's the right scope lock on there. So, yeah, I guess whenever we add an entity, the data pools get resized. And therefore, any data that's on the background thread becomes invalid. How we got to 2,000 entities running consistently without that happening, more consistently without that happening, I don't know. I don't know why that's so lucky that we don't get that. But there are threading issues here. There are threading issues here. Minigames attachments are merged with the character mass. Not sure how it is supposed to improve. Well, yeah, well, I wouldn't need to move the attachments individually if that were the case. But the problem is, how do you make that, like, you can equip anything to the colonists. So how would you I'm not going to bake every single combination. Like, that's just too much memory, right? Ray tracing for 2,000 things would be, yes. And that would be information that, you know, I'd either have to do that on the CPU, which takes longer, or I would have to get that information from the GPU, which, you know, that translation from GPU to CPU thread takes time. And yeah, I probably will do a distance-based LOD, right? But the thing is, like, I'm just going to turn off everything at that point, right? Like, if you can't see what weapon they're holding in their hand, probably not even going to render it at all. You know what I mean? You merge the meshes on runtime. Yeah, I don't know like what the overhead of that would be, because I have to imagine baking meshes at runtime is not a trivial, you know, CPU operation. And when you can have any number of combinations of these merged meshes, like that may need to happen a lot. So I don't think that's realistic for my use case. How do you maintain so much ambition and energy? I mean, I love doing game dev, man. I love this. It's a lot of fun. I guess I just enjoy coding as well. Yeah, so I don't know what I want to do about this, because I need to basically, what I would like is to pause all other processors that are happening on the background threads while I'm adding an entity here. And with the scope blocks and the mutexes, like that's kind of what happens, but it doesn't, I can't specifically prioritize the game thread. Like the game thread will get laggy too if I do that. So if I have the per pool lock when adding, like that's kind of the problem. And I guess it's only when the array is resized. So I'm wondering if, thanks for the subs, guys. I don't know why those all come in at once. Like I can see the timing on them is actually more staggered, but thank you for the subs and welcome in. So it would be, I would have to do some pretty intense, like, I'd have to probably make F runnables, which is just like a specific thread thing. It's not as easy as a async task. Get or create data pool. Yeah, I should put the pool lock here, I suppose. And I think maybe what I want to do is when I create these data pools, I should probably... This data array, like I probably need some specific rules around like when this gets resized. Because like you can pre-allocate memory to it, and then when things get added to it, it won't affect any of the other memory because it doesn't need to reallocate anything. And then when it gets to its maximum size, it needs to allocate more memory. That's when the problems happen. So I really just probably, to get the finest grain lock possible, I would only want to lock that specific pool, but only when it's resizing. Either I have to do something like that, or I have to use copies of the data, which, you know, since a lot of it's running on the background thread, I could just scope lock getting the copy, which would be probably a pretty quick lock. It would be read only. That would be nice. But I guess it's still just the adding of data. And I mean, we have the maps and stuff too. Because we'd have to query from the map to get the data. The maps have an allocation as well, right? So I can go like reserve. Is that actually a function? That's what I was trying to do. Yeah. Can you reserve memory? So you can't. How do you? I guess you can't pre-allocate memory in a map. Get allocated size. Write memory image. As intrusive unset optional state. Yeah, so I guess, so that's the annoying part. The hash map. Do I need to... Writing to the map would be an issue. I would always need to thread lock that, I guess, at that point. Do I use index to entity map? Do I fucking use that for anything? Okay, I guess I do. Okay, yeah, I do. Okay. So I guess for now, I would just need to, I think I just need to use the pool mutex and see how that goes. The pool mutex is the issue. And then I really need to fucking refactor everything. The Nuxus, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. And thank you for the subs, guys. Appreciate you. You can have stories or more of a survival game. I'll have some story, yeah, but it'll be pretty sandboxy. So, pool mutex. Where was this? Get or create entity data pool. No, where's add entity at? There we go. So I'll need to do this one instead. F scope write lot. Wait, pool. I need to actually get the fucking pool first, right? Oh, and it's untyped, right? Oh no, we still have it. It's typed. Never mind. We're good. Oh, we have the pool lock. I'm done. We have the pool lock already. I mean, I guess we just need to fucking apply that when we're like copying this data. And when we're writing to it as well. Where was the exception at? The fucking move to processor. So this is all non-const data, so I'm writing eventually to all this data. The move to processor really just needs a drastic refactor, because it's just like I'm just like ad hoc writing to fucking data, you know, like It's not like I do all my writes at the end or something. And some of this data, it's like, I don't know how to like chop this up. Like all of this information is needed for the Move to processor. How big is it? 80 bytes. Like a single cache line can't even pull all this data in. How much is a gameplay tag? 12? Avatar data 56, 32, 112. I think transform data is probably the easiest one to do here. Okay, so what should be my plan of attack here? I don't want to put a right scope lock on every single fucking one. Because that's what I had last stream, and like if you go back and look at last stream, like when the simulation was running, it was slow. There was so much thread contention. So like where would something like a write to this data happen at? With teleportation. Stop. So all I'm doing is like setting representation to null there. That's it. That's the only write that this is doing. Emphasis on the teleport. He's memeing. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain and no teleportation. So much code, so little comments. What do you mean? The code is the comment. I know what it means. I'll know what it means tomorrow too. The Move to processor is my problem child though. So input velocity data. We're writing to it right there. And I guess we write to it here as well. To be fair, there is some commented out code. Yeah, there you go. There you go. And then we do it there too. So really, like, I should probably just I should just return the new velocity here. I mean, I should lock all of this. Okay, so I'm gonna commit this. This is just like misc shit. I don't know. This is basically, let me commit this and get a clean slate. This was me like move attachment processing to representation processor. Yeah, that's basically what we did. Why so many comments about teleportation? Because I don't, like, I've had so many people come in and ask about, is there teleporting in the game? Like, and certain of those people I've asked multiple times. So I was just like asking, like, why is that so important to people? Like, why is that one of the first questions people ask? Why is that so important? Teleporting. Is there teleporting? And now they're memeing on me. I'm getting memed on now. You guys are mean to me. I'm gonna stop streaming. I'll do it. Okay, let's split up. Let's split up the transform entity data. I think is one thing we can do. I think that's one thing we can do. That's one thing I want to do. So transform entity data. Let's just put all the structs in here and let's change this to, we're going to refactor this. First of all, let's move affected by gravity somewhere else. That's going to go in velocity data. Velocity, entity data, affected by gravity. Okay. What do your favorite game? My favorite game, I think, is RimWorld. RimWorld is my all-time favorite game. Followed closely by Vanilla WoW. And then probably like Ocarina of Time after that. And probably like Civilization, just like as a series, is another one of my favorites. And then like just all of Legend of Zelda as a series as well, while we're at it. Okay, so we're gonna change this into, this is gonna be F location entity data. Yeah, that's we will want to core redirect that one. That should be priority one. Now that I think about it. The fucking, that's gonna be an eternal meme. Level location. That is going to be an eternal meme. Okay. Give me that. Do the same for rotation. We're just gonna put these all in the same file. Should it be? It should probably be a quaternion, right? God damn it, I hate it. Is that how it's stored on a transform? I think it is, right? It has to be. Persistent vector. What, like, why is there so much abstraction for something so simple? Okay, we're just gonna do F quat. Rotation. I guess I'll need a scale as well, although like they all have a scale of 1, so maybe I'll just leave that out for now until I need it. Now I gotta refactor everything. F rotation entity data quaternion. Oh no, not again. I know it's, I'll need to register these new ones too. So my entity subsystem location, you're now in the wrong spots. A B C D E F G H I J K L location, yeah. And then rotation. So rotation goes here. Rotation entity data, and I'll need that to add that to my entity archetype, which is annoying. There you go. Put that there. And then rotation goes here. Okay, so those are set up. Those are resnactored. I've played RimWorld, haven't seen a single Rim. Well, there's mods for that. If you're into that kind of thing. Okay, I might just let the compiler tell me where all the breakages are. I have to change all the names of the variables too. That's kind of the most annoying part, actually. Okay, compiler, just tell me where it hurts. Okay, we building. Yeah. Oh yeah, it hurts. Oh yeah, it hurts. Transform entity data, just call that location data. And I guess I could just do, there's a lot of these, so let me just do this. Oh, we're literally returning the transform. Oh, that's going to need to change. That is going to need to change. Yes, it will. I did F location. That's not F vector. That is not. Actor transform. Oh, I just undid that. Control delete. Jeez. That can just be a plus equals now. Okay. On to the next boo-boo. ISM entity data transform. Okay, so here's one that will need both rotation and location. So actually, before we do that, yeah, we'll refactor what's there. This is now going to be location datas, transform data, location data. Does this game have teleport? Oh my god, did someone go fucking create an account with the name of teleportation just to fucking meme on me? Bro, who is YouTube letting in these days? All the riffraff. How the fuck were you able to create a fucking account and comment on a live stream within like 10 minutes? That's not okay. They need to hire, they need to fucking hire like time frame before you can comment on live streams. That's not okay. YouTube just letting in the riffraff. I'm gonna have to file a ticket for that. Don't worry. I'll find out who to talk to about that. Consider yourself banned. Actually, say hello to the write in the what does he say? Let me know how that goes in the ban appeal message. Or whatever the fuck it is. Okay, we need the rotation data. Y'all wild for that one. Y'all wild for that one. Rotation data. So this transform, I do need it to be in the form of a transform. In the form of a transform. Yeah, that, I said it. Yeah, that set rotation. So we want rotation data dots rotation dots rotator, yeah, dot quaternion. Transform data, re-snactor that to location data. Well, no, that actually needs to be rotation data. Actually, yeah, that needs to be rotation data. Alpha Hero, thanks for the sub. F rotation entity data. Okay. You're not, that was not the right one. That was not the right one. I don't think so. We can forward declare that. Rotation data. I am working on refactoring my ECS system. I'm splitting apart some of my entity data so that I can more efficiently iterate on it and also more efficiently make refactors. Rotation data, there we go. I am not a principal engineer. Okay, so that one's good. Take me to the next boo-boo. Get entity yaw speed. So I only need rotation here. F rotation entity data, transform data, re-snack that into rotation data. Rotation, rotator, yaw. Okay. I'm sorry for that. That just kind of came out. I'm sorry. You guys didn't deserve that. Okay, tell me, show me. Point to the code where I hurt you. Point to the line in the code where I hurt you. Okay, so you just need rotation, or no, location rather. Location, you're just gonna be location. I mean, at this point, just fucking inline it. I don't know why I'm copying that at that point. Okay. Move to task. Okay. Never thought I'd be hooked on watching someone creating a fucking game. I randomly stumbled into your stream like 45 days ago. And now I wait like this guy is not live. Thank you for finding me. I appreciate you guys coming and hanging out. And yeah, there's a pretty nice little community over on Twitch in the software and game development section. You got 2 lives at the same time. Yeah, there's a vertical and there's a horizontal one. So yeah, I know a lot of you probably don't know that like there are a lot of game dev streamers, and I'm trying to get some of them to do their own YouTube Shorts streams because yeah, a lot of you guys have come in here, gotten a lot of subs, and I appreciate that. A lot of eyeballs. So yeah, it's fun to hang out with you guys as much as we meme around and stuff. I just wanted to say, like, there's a lot of other game dev streamers that if you find this fun, you can find more of them over on Twitch. It's probably, I know it's kind of hard to find streamers on YouTube. I'm working on that, don't worry. Stay tuned for that. Is this the only place location data is used? Well, no, just a final point. Okay, yeah, that would be important. But yeah, just there's a lot of people, you know, I try to raid people as well. I don't think the raids work because like YouTube has live redirects. You guys might not know that. I didn't know that until recently. But YouTube has live redirects where like after my stream ends, it'll redirect you guys to like just any video. And that could be someone's live stream. And so I try to raid people on Twitch that also have a YouTube stream as well. And so hopefully that you guys can find some other streamers to watch when I'm not here. But yeah, they don't all do the YouTube Shorts streams. And so like, I think when I redirect from Shorts, it doesn't always work. Because I think you guys probably found me from like the Shorts feed. Get attachment transform. Okay, this is going to be an issue. I was watching Cooking Channel Shorts before sleep, then the most fascinating game. Yeah, so like how many people get to me and they're like not even into like games or programming? Because I figured like that's probably how most people got here, is because they've watched other either gaming related things. I'm streaming in like the gaming category. So like who here like has no fucking relation to gaming or programming at all? I'm curious. I feel like most people probably are. Let me continue this. So I just need, oh yeah, I did this whole multiply transform here. I might need to make this a little different. Entity transform gets passed in. Okay, I might just make a transform here. Just to kind of get this working. Wait, do I not have? Oh, it's still called transform data. Let me refactor that. Okay, maybe not. Location data. Oh, that's not right. Location data. Location. I don't have rotation data, and I do need that. I do need that here. Rotation datas. Where are you at? Why are you like this? Stop that. I was into teleportation before I stumbled on the channel. Okay, yeah, that does check out. You know, call me a good or bad judge of character, but I did kind of figure you were a guy that was into teleportation. I'm getting scared by all that code. Pluffy, it's okay. Pluffy, it's okay. It's okay. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. The code can't hurt you. Is the code in the room with us now? Is the code in the room with us now? The only code that can hurt me is code that I've written in the past, okay? And that's future me's problem. Location, data. Location. I need to pass in... Oh, this is code that's not even, like, running anymore. I should probably keep that updated, though, just to, like... That actor... yeah, I need to transform here, too. Bro would be a good therapist. Stop. I work for a teleco here in Australia that specializes in port rotation. I don't know what that means, but that sounds cool. The code is in all of us. Yes. Yes, let my code... Welcome my code into you. Let my code in. Let the code flow through you. New transform set location. I guess we'll just do this. Just default it. Half height. I need the rotation in there. I need the rotation in there. So rotation data. Rotation data, rotation. Okay, I don't have it here. Where is it? Oh yeah, this is the old broken code. Yeah, let's just keep this updated. Just so, in case we need it again. Rotation data. Okay, so that should be updated. Let's pass in the rotation data. Rotation there. Okay, that stuff's good. I know I need to do that up here as well. Where did that go? There it is. Pointers, of course. Thing is your vibe, the environment, I don't know, something is so soothing, calming, enjoying. Well, awesome, that's good to hear. Everything that was the thing that hooked me in your stream, I wait for your stream for that sole reason. Well, thank you, Dwarf. That's very kind of you. What Diatro is that? This is Windows, I know. It's great to get back to see some CPP code after a while away from doing full stack web dev. Is it good to see CPP code? You might be a masochist, my friend. That's okay. Hey, everyone, I don't kink shame. And if CPP is your kink, that's okay. I don't know. It is a little spooky. It is a little spooky. Especially, let me show you the spookiest function. Oh. Oh, God. Variadic template programming. Oh. This is spooky to me, so that's why there's so many comments on it. Like, look at this, like... So many... I'm, like, removing the reference off of a variadic type of which there are any number of can be passed in. And essentially, like, look at the, like, putting them in tuples and stuff just to find, like, what is, like, there's just dots everywhere and shit. Like, it's the fucking Wild West out here, I swear. Is it as spooky as Java? Java isn't spooky, it's just, like, way too verbose, you know? Like, you got your, what is it? Your controller factory manager impl. Some shit like that. Rotation datas. Wait, do yeah, I need both. I need both. Rotation data, yeah. We'll probably just pass in the transform at that point, but yeah, we should just do that. We should just do that. Where did I just do that at? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh well, it works. Real devs code in binary. Hey, if you're not using punch cards, don't talk to me. What is this? The fucking Notch? Is that Notch's account? You're not a real game dev unless you create your own fucking programming language and shitpost on Twitter. Yeah, if Notch, get back to me when you can code with punch cards. Then we can talk. Transform data. Location. Might as well just pass that in. Like, there's no reason to just like. The location data can be read only. So change that to read only. Rotation entity data, that's the one that changes, so that needs to be a ref. Change that to location datas, and then we want T entity data pool for the F rotation entity data. Yeah, that's very good. Good. What am I saying here? F rotation entity data. Come on, AI, you know the fucking rest. Thank you. You fucking failed. Wow. You got it 80% right though, so I won't pull the plug yet. Okay, what else is wrong? Oh, it's right. Well, it was kind of my fault because I set it to a user error. User error, as always. What am I logging here? Okay. Wait, why is that? Oh, it's right here. Okay, right. Couldn't see the red squiggle. It was too small. Location. Oh, that's a ref. Sure. Yeah, and at that point, just pass it in at that point. Where else? I thought there was somewhere else. Is there no one else? Okay, yeah, we're good there. Let's try that again. Location data. Location, entity location, right, and then we can just pass that in. Okay. Yeah, I knew this was going to be a lot. There's a lot here. And I need to pass this data in maybe. So maybe I should. Yeah, the doggo is barking. Yes. Very good. This code looks super rough. All right. Listen here, you little shit. I mean, you're not wrong, but like, you don't have to put me on blast like that. All right. In front of all these people, in front of the plushies. So we want const f location entity data. Are we passing by ref, or should we just pass the pointer around? I don't know. We'll do pointer's fine. Location data, the move to data can be passed in as well. Const f movement entity data, movement data. Oh, we're calling that move to data. Oh, this is f move to target entity data. Okay, yeah, change that. Wrong one. Current rotate. Oh, we need rotation data as well. That's fine. That is fine. If I can spell. Current rotation. Yeah, we can just plug that in. Okay. Yeah, what am I coding exactly? I'm working on a video game. RPG Colony Sim Roguelite, procedural terrain. I want to run the entire world, so I'm building an ECS system. My very own. My very own. And we're doing some refactors. I'm splitting up my entity data so that it is easier to work with and can benefit more from CPU cache locality. That is what I'm doing here. So yeah, I just split apart my transform entity data into. Oh God, I want to. Can I just copy it from that other function? Yeah, I gotta lock in at some point, right? I can't just talk to chat the entire time, as much as I would like to. As much as I would like to. I do have to. The game does need to release at some point. I guess, or not. Rotation data, yeah. Rotation data. Rotation. Yeah, okay, so rotation needs to be that current location. Oh, velocity data. Change that to input velocity data. Because I wrote that wrong. Okay, yes, yes, yes. Rotation data. Thank you for the sub, Mike. Welcome. Oh, on tick. Oh, yeah, we don't use this anymore. We don't use that anymore, right? I hope not. Oh, shit. Do we still use that? It ticks over entities with actor. Uh-oh. Ah, shit. Okay. Yeah, we do use that. Fuck. Okay. Okay, I'll need to do a bigger refactor for that. Bro, never teleportation. I don't know who you are, but I have a very particular set of skills. And I will use them. I will find you, and I will ban you. Fucking Liam Neeson. I need Liam Neeson as my moderator. I think just his presence, he wouldn't even have to do much. His presence would just be enough. And if you're an Eastern European sex trafficker, oh, you better be watching your ass in my chat. Mm-hmm. How do you typically measure if it's performing better after refactors? There's some sort of frame time breakdown debugging tool in UE. There is indeed. It is. It's called Unreal Insights, and it'll show me that exact thing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. So many. I was doing so many bad. This movement processor was so nasty. It's been begging for a refactor for so long. Okay, let me see if I can, like, one-shot this. So I'm just going to say F location entity data, even though I know they're not all going to be that. Data, and then we go... Oh, here we go. Hang on. Can I do this? Oh, this is gonna be so poggers if this. Oh, dude. Oh, check that out. That was so sick. That was so sick. Okay. Okay, transform data needs to be location. Do need to add F rotation, entity data. Current location. Location. Rotation data, rotation, rotator. Rotator, barely know her. Okay, thank you for coming to my stand-up. Current rotation, okay. That, what are we doing? Current rotation. No, current rotation was a copy. We return current rotation. Yeah, okay, that's fine. What else do you need? Velocity, input, move to movement. Okay. Velocity. God damn. Come on, AI. Input velocity, move to data, movement data, which I don't have. Wonderful. Do you have to insert trace statements or does it instrument automatically? Some things are instrumented automatically, like tick functions and stuff. Anything in blueprints will be also. Then I have, you can do custom ones, of which I have none in here. Here you go, here's one. Although this one's irrelevant because the ticks are always there. But you can do, this line is how you do that. Trace, CPU profiler, event scope, and then pass in the name of what you want it to show up as. Tyler! Welcome in, thank you for the raid. Hello everyone.
When it reversed,
Reverse, dude.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
What the dog doing?
What's the dog doing? Welcome in, Sylar. How's your stream? Thank you for the raid. Sylar is another Unreal Engine developer. I was just talking about how there's a lot of great game development streamers on Twitch. And here's one of them, Sylar, working on a tower defense game in Unreal Engine. So you should check him out if you haven't already. What about tits? What kind of stream is this? Oh. With the right kind of money, it's any kind of stream that you want it to be. How's it going? It's going great. Why Unreal Engine? One, I have access to the source code. That's a big one. Two, it has blueprints, which I think are a nice option. You know, for people who are non-technical, they can understand blueprints a lot better as a visual scripting language. So I like that as well. I also see Unreal Engine as being a game engine that is very close to the forefront of like game dev technology, and so I'd like to be a part of that. Like they're kind of on the cutting edge, you know, in terms of all the popular engines. So those are kind of the main reasons. Okay, so I'm doing some refactors today. I work on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite game right here with procedural terrain. I want to run the entire world, like actually run it, not just fake it. And so I'm writing my own ECS system to do that. My very own, you know, I'm also a masochist, if, you know, that's kind of redundant statements there. But I'm doing some refactors to it, and I've like changed everything. This move to processor was a problem child, so I'm just taking it hacksaw to it, as you do with problem children, right? Any parents in the chat ever take a hacksaw to their children? To their child processors? I am not a principal engineer at Google. They are memeing. And please stop saying that. Blueprints is a mess. Yeah, I mean, I prefer writing C++. And yeah, I do think blueprints can become a mess, but I like having that option. I do use them for some things. I think it's a nice option to have. AI, you're supposed to solve this for me. What do you do here? There we go. Okay, I don't have velocity data. I get that. I do get that. Okay, I have input velocity. So let's change that. Input velocity datas. It did understand the difference between input velocity and velocity. So I appreciate that, AI. F velocity entity data ref. Okay, const, yes, there we go. There we go. Okay, velocity data, you can now go, where was that null pointy boy? Where was the null pointy boy? I literally just saw it. Where the hell did it go? Y'all ever refactor so much you like lose what your code actually looks like in your head? Because that just happened to me. I was just like, who wrote this? Well, of course I know that man. He's me. Oh, and by the way, Sylar. Shout out to Sylar for finding that clip for me. Got it downloaded and whatnot. That's always, there's these things that happen in my head, and I wish you all knew what was happening in my head. So the best way I can convey that to you, the best way I can communicate that is through sound bites. If I'm gonna code a game in Bash or Haskell or OCaml or Mindfuck or Whitespace, how's the idea? Yeah, that sounds, I'm not gonna lie to you, that sounds absolutely fucking horrible. And I know that you were memeing about that, but that just kind of sent chills up my spine reading that out loud. What's this code? This is code. This is the code. Let's change avatar data to... Yeah, we need to do the T entity data pool avatar data. Yeah, we need to pass that in there too. I would like to get this working so that I can actually show the game for everyone who maybe hasn't seen it before. We are deep in the, we are just in the thick, the deepy darkies of the refactor here. Get entity data pointer, that needs to be const. Okay, so hopefully, I wonder how much faster this is gonna get. We'll do the comparisons. We will do them, yes we will. Okay, what else is, oh god, this fucking piece of shit. Okay. What do I want to do here? Because this specifically ticks over entities with actors. Thank you for the follow, Levizen. I appreciate that. And thank you for the subs, guys. Welcome in, everyone. Hope your days are going well. Hope you're having a great weekend as well. I think I might just, like, kick this can down the road. I don't know what I want to do with this. Yeah, just AI, do the code. AI, please do the code. Move to data. Movement data, and then I need velocity data. And I need input velocity data. Come on, AI, you know what to do. I know you know. Being kind of prude, honestly. Move to data. Movement data. Input velocity data. Is that it? Is there no one else? Okay, so these are all pointers. What am I missing here? Location, rotation. We're just all out of order, actually, is what's happening. Actor data, which let's change the name of that to avatar data. The avatar. Rotation data. Oh yeah, you're the wrong type. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, holy shit, we're done with that class. Okay, now tell me where it hurts. Tell me where it hurts. It'll be interesting to see if this actually runs well after this or not. Okay, yeah, we have more boo-boos here. Transform data. What are we doing here? Add entity ISM instance. Yeah, let's just pass in the F transform, actually, because we're not using that. Yeah, just pass in the F transform. This should be like entity transform. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay, are we good there? Okay, that's fine. Let's see. Okay. That is add entity ISM instance. That needs an F transform. Location data. Location. Rotation data. Rotation. When will I see this game in Steam? Probably, I'm thinking before GTA 6, so like maybe 20, 25 years, I'm thinking. Instigating and smoking the reefer. Transform data. Yeah, we only need location data there. Location. Okay. Man, so many places to fix, man. This was a big change. Not that I didn't know it. I'm just finding reasons to use this soundbite now. Spawn point is a transform. Okay, interesting. I don't know that I need the rotation for the transform. Or for the spawn point, rather. Self.transform. Okay, well, we're just gonna create a transform with the location there. I don't think I care about the rotation for like the target. Jesus, what is this? Who wrote this fucking code, man? Ugh, I'd like to have a word with that person. Okay, so entity location. Do we change that at all or anything? No. Okay. Location. Datas. Location datas. Transform data, transform, get in. Oh, Jesus Christ, okay. Oh boy, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of them. There's gonna be a lot more to go here. What happened there? Okay, location data. All right, location. This dog, man, she just wants to bark. That's her calling in life. All right, F vector. Transform data. Location data. Yeah, just return location now. Entity to avatar location that already returns a vector. What? So what? Wait, what is happening here? Oh, F vector here as well. Return what? So why are you mad? You're mad because the original. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. That looks good. We're good now. So I am working. This is C++, and I am working on a video game. I need to change the name of this. I'm working on an RPG, Colony Sim Roguelite, with procedural, destructible terrain, and AI-generated quests. And I want to run the whole world. So I need an ECS system to do so. To efficiently run the NPCs in the world, now of which there will be thousands. I'm working on refactoring my ECS stuff right now to do better, to do more gooder. Yes. Okay. Actor transform actor. Okay, that's fine. Okay, what else is angry in this one? So there's gonna be even more now because of these functions. Location. Data. Okay. Is it finally compiling? Don't know if I'll live another 25 years. Well, you have to wishlist my game, please. Please survive. But good luck. I mean, I appreciate that. I'm just memeing. It's gonna be a while though. I'm not anywhere close to getting done. I'm not even using this variable. A lot of these are nice because now I just don't have to do .get location. Animal abuse. Don't joke about that. That's not okay. Why are you... Wait, what's wrong with you? Set actor transform. Yeah, I do need the full... Oh, I can get rid of that. Oh, piece of candy. Yeah, I need to build out the transform. F transform. Entity. Transform. No, that's not what I want. A little bit of clanker loving can speed up development. Yeah, I mean, I could use the clanker for this refactor, but like I'd have to pass in like every single file in my code base. Like the whole context part of vibe coding is what ruins it. Only for it to like most of the time not even get it 100% right. Like I just need it to be more consistent, and I need it to like figure out the context on its own. Otherwise, it's just going to be faster if I fucking do it, and I'm going to have more confidence in it. Because then otherwise I'm going to have to go through, you guys want to sit here and watch me code review like the 43 files that I've changed so far? I don't think so. Like, nor would I want to do that. Like, I feel like it just leads to me having less confidence in the code that I'm shipping. So for most things, I don't use it. But if there's like a lot of shit that needs to happen in a single file, maybe I'll use it for like refactors and stuff. Or if I just need ideas. I think it's great for ideas. So we're doing get entity location. Yeah, okay, so we have to keep that because we want the actor transform. So that's going to be a little lame, a little lame. Okay, what else? Oh, yeah, this was angry. Why is this angry? So I don't know. That might be lying here. You're using mover or character movement component for movement, by the way, or maybe something custom. For entities, it's something custom. There's no movement component for the entities. For the player, it is the ALS movement component, which is based off the character movement component. Out transform. See, the thing is, I don't know if I need... I think I need like a... God, I gotta like write a whole nother function. I gotta write... Should I write that? Yeah, I probably should. I probably should. If transform, is that right? I'll accept it. That was for the most part right. That was actually for the most part right. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't like that I'm doing this. Okay. All right. Entity transform. Try get entity transform. Set location. Was that? Did it? I kind of one shot that, didn't it? Nice. Good. Good AI. Okay, so let's create these declarations. Where are you? Why? Are you supposed to be private? You're not supposed to be private. What are you saying to me? I think I updated you. Yeah. Okay, so you're good now too. Okay, going back to where was that task at? Yeah, so try get entity transform. Okay, so now that's good. What are you making? I am making a video game. It's an RPG. I'm working in Unreal Engine right now, so it's an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain and an ECS system that I'm making right now. I just did like a pretty massive refactor here. That felt like a lot. How much time has passed? How much? Dude, I think I can see on my viewer chart where the refactor started. I think I can see it. Okay, let's start that over. All right. Yeah, a lot of these that I gotta clean up here. I want some advice from you for a computer engineering student who's trying to learn programming. I can write code, but programming is something else. What's the difference to you? What do you mean by I can write code, but programming is something else? I don't know what advice you're looking for here. Happy to give you some. Maybe you're struggling with the, like, you can write, like, you can solve individual problems, but, like, architecting a program is a little more difficult. I think it's worth buying JetBrains products for the AI completion. I haven't, I mean, I should try it again because I know they kind of updated it, but in the past it wasn't as good as Copilot. I just use Copilot right now. I do a little bit of vibe coding, a little bit, not really that much. Okay, we should get entity transform here, I suppose. Keep that consistent. I don't know what that function's used for. Oh, this is rotator. Oh, self-rotation is facing target. Okay, yeah, so we need a try get entity rotation. Probably should I'm just gonna do a get entity rotation. Okay. Yeah, that's basically. And I don't need the guard here. It's not that nested. Okay. Give me that. Let's make that one a U function. That could be useful. Okay, and then that was in the ability system component. Did entity rotation. Spelled it wrong. Entity subsystem. Oh, did I need I was doing a context object for the, yeah, I was doing a, but I can just do get world, get subsystem, my entity subsystem. So in this case, basically VS Code would do the job too. Well, I mean, that's a completely different editor, right? You're talking about two different things. Like editors and AI completion are not like the same thing. And Writer is a lot better for game development than VS Code is. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, exactly as you said. I've been trying in Unity for almost a year now, and I have good knowledge of programming, or that is what the professor says. But when I try to program in Unity, the matter is different from solving some scientific and mathematical problems. Yeah, I mean, you just got to break the like, you know, you got to break down what you want to do into those really small problems that are the mathematical things, right? So that's where the actual engineering comes into play, right? Like, it's one thing to be able to write code, but then engineering is kind of like on top of that. And that's really where you need to just start to figure out how to work with Unity and like what systems it has and stuff like that. And I mean, you really just got to break down the problems into really, really small, like, you know, take what you want and transform it into the shittiest version possible. So you're not trying to like make it perfect at first, right? Because you'll never be able to get that at first. You know, like with my procedural terrain, I just started with like a really simple height map. It was by comparison much simpler. And now it looks amazing, and I have like 3D fucking caves and shit like that. Like, trying to do that at first would be insane. Like, I would get lost. I would never be able to complete anything. I do not grind leak code. No, I'm employed, so I don't grind leak code. But yeah, if you want to say like what type of thing you're trying to do that you're struggling with, I can tell you like maybe how I would break that down. Okay, let's see if this works. I've been writing code for so long. Let's not do 10,000 entities. That's probably over. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, the blueprints. No. Okay, that's not too many. That's not too many. Try get entity location. Wait, do I just need to refresh this? Okay, that actually gets a lot easier. Yeah, these actually get a lot easier. So what, that went in here and then wait, okay, hang on, undo. Okay, yeah, I see. Okay, hang on, let me do this. There we go. Okay. We've got the noodles. We are getting the noodles. Refresh. Recombine those. Wait. Where did I need that? Oh, I needed the rotation. Oof, okay. Wait, did I not make that blueprintable? Son of a bitch. I thought I just did. Get entity rotation. Oh, and I need to pass in the entity. Yeah, okay, so hang on, I gotta rewrite that now. I didn't think I would need the rotation in blueprints. I'll return rotator. Can you autocomplete that for me? You should have more than enough there. Oh, come on, you can do it. Do you need... Okay, if I make it F quad, do you know how to do it? There we go. Beautiful. Okay, I knew you could do it. Okay, we'll do a quaternion, that's fine. Okay, let's rebuild that. Embrace the iterative process. You're really going to build the final version of something on the first try. Exactly. I do have a very iterative approach to development, as maybe some longer viewers know from my incessant refactors. Sorry, I meant auto-completion in VS Code. I previously worked with PHP Storm. It was fun coding with the auto-completion. Yeah, but the auto-completion is like an add-on to the editor. It doesn't matter what editor you have. Like, you can use Copilot. Like, there's a Copilot plugin for Writer, so... And you can use Writer is free for non-commercial use. And I say pick the editor you are most productive in. I am most productive in JetBrains editors. And then, you know, go from there. I wouldn't make a decision based on the AI autocomplete. I thought I was an idiot for about a year. Yeah, I think everyone feels that when they first start programming. I think I copy and pasted code for at least 2 years before I actually wrote anything on my own. That was back when I was like 16. Just copying and pasting from Stack Overflow. That's like using AI now. That's like the old man's AI. Google and Stack Overflow. Okay, we're compiling here. Okay. Changed one function. Compiled 38 things. Okay, so let's go fix all those blueprints now. Okay, booting up. Yeah, okay, so we can just, that's an easy one. Refresh. Did that, I fixed this one already. It did not save, did it? It didn't save. Okay, that one saved. Okay. That one's good. Frost Nova, where are you hurt at? Okay, yeah, that'll do it. Okay, I have to refresh before I can recombine. Okay. Okay. Location. All right. Can we run it? 2K entities. Let's go. Oh no. Oh no, nothing's showing. That's not good. Yep. That'll do it. That'll do it. Okay. So what, God, that was such a big change too. Okay, so what would have done that? Potentially representation processor, I think, is my first gut reaction. My first. Let's look at the diff here. Okay, so neither of them worked. Either actor or ISM. Transform. What would changing the transform? Oh, I know what I'm dumb. I know what it is. I didn't add it to the archetype. Didn't add it to the archetype. Yeah, it's the bad thing about having like a bunch of entity data. Like, you have to like build out the archetypes for them. And this is probably where I should build like a base Archetype. Archetype. Yeah, let's just create like a base movable. How do I want to do this? Yeah, it's just we'll create it here actually. So this is just going to be the base archetype. Yeah, so this will just be humanoid archetype. This will just be the base one. So I'm gonna grab everything from enemy archetype. Let me go to the colonist archetype as well. Maybe I should have probably duplicated. Let me duplicate this. Okay, delete the humanoid archetype. And then my duplicate now becomes humanoid underscore archetype is the naming convention. Okay, we'll start there. What most of these are going to be overridden. No, most of them aren't actually. Default equipment can be empty. Faction, make that none. And then make sure we do rotation entity data. State tree, none as well. Everything else though. Component classes, yeah, everything else is actually the same. Okay, so I'm gonna change these to inherit from that. Humanoid archetype. Okay, so that way if I need to do something like that again, I can just change it in one place and I don't need to do it anywhere else. Okay. Let me make sure those look good. No, that's bad. Okay. Why didn't they? I wanted them to open in the other view. Okay, and the faction data. And then what about the what was it? Character defaults, the equipment. Yeah, okay, so equipment got overridden as well. Okay. And it did inherit the rotation. Okay, so that looks good. Let's see now. Immediately failed. Immediately failed. Is rotation unnormalized? Okay, so it's Angie at the rotation. I mean, that's got to be just an assertion, and so it's not like an exception, but like why? But like why? Let's skip ahead. Oh, this is just gonna get hit like every frame. Okay, so why is that not okay? Why would you be not okay with that? It's saying that rotation is unnormalized. Like the rotation is just 0, 0, 0. Is it because I'm just passing it in like that? Like we're doing attach info dot instance data dot transform. Rotation is all zeros. So what's your issue? It's not like I'm storing that transform at all. Okay. Yeah, I have zero idea why that would be an issue. I mean, I'll just rebuild and see if that happens again. I don't know. Is it just because of the default value? Like the in-editor default value? Maybe, hang on, maybe I need to stop that. Do I need to like initialize this to a, like that? What else can I initialize it to? Identity is probably the right move. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see if that does anything. 33 actions. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I am going to run to the bathroom while this builds, so BRB. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Okay. The counter? Yes, the counter is the key press. I like the Control Z counter, I think is my favorite. The most insightful. Like the higher the Control Z number, I think the worse of the day that I am having. Okay, run it. Does that help? No. No, it doesn't. Okay, I'm gonna have to Google search this. What am I doing? That's so bad. Okay, I did switch my F-quad to an identity. Maybe I should just not pass in. Maybe I should just do this. Let me see here. Is it? Yeah, it's definitely rotation. That's the issue. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know why this would fix it, but maybe it will. He was saying, this guy said that changing to identity worked for him, but I swear I thought that would be the case too, and I tried that and didn't help me. Oh, critical selection. Yeah, that's has nothing to do. Nothing to do with what I'm experiencing. I've never had to normalize the rotation before. Does transform just automatically do that then? So many tabs open. Hang on. Oh my fucking god. Same place. Why, I wonder? I can't even see what the attached component is. Instance data. Transform. It's fucking 0. And I do set it equal to identity. Hang on, I'm gonna, now that I have the identity there, I'm gonna reset that. I'm gonna re-add the rotation data. So let's open up the entities. Again, I thought I was done with you all. Okay, rotation none, compile. Did that propagate? No, wait, what the fuck? I thought that was supposed to propagate. Oh my god, does the inheritance not work? I fucking tested this and everything. Okay, compile, save. What? That's supposed to work. That's the whole reason I did this. Maybe it's because of the way I set them up. I don't know. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, I just redid those. Okay, that was the issue. Fucking blueprints, dude. Fucking yucking blueprints. Okay. Let's trace it. We're running about 50 FPS right now. I don't know if this will be faster or slower. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Seeing all this code, I got motivated to make an extremely small game in 2D game in Unity. Hell yeah, dude. I hope you have fun. Just subclass the character movement component, send prayers. I'll pour one out for you. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. It's just like, it's just expensive performance-wise. You can also check out Hullabulla, the floating pond movement. That's like a much cheaper version of movement, although it does not have gravity. So yeah, you'll have to find you can do line traces each frame. You can do line traces each frame to settle them back down on the ground. It's too many entities. No, we need more colonists. Okay, so where was my old one? Which one was my, hang on. What do I have? I have 3 of these. Okay, which one? 2, 6. These are the same. These two are the same. This is very spiky. The timer manager was just popping the fuck off. Is that what was happening on these frames? Yeah, the timer manager. I need to write my own timer. I gotta fucking redo it all. Not gonna cut it. Give me the big picture. Give me like that. Maybe that looks good. Okay. Okay, so what am I comparing here? I guess maybe just everything. Velocity processor. Oh my god. Wait, how much faster is that? Bro. Oh my god, did you guys see those numbers? Okay. Old max. Okay, I go, it's max, average, then median time. Okay, max time, 57 milliseconds. Average and median, both 29 milliseconds. All I did was take an entity data that had a transform. Transform is 96 bytes. Transform is 96 bytes. And I split apart the location and rotation into individual pieces of entity data. This is now 24 bytes. A vector, I guess, is 24 bytes. And a quaternion is 32 bytes. So I split them into individual pieces of data, and we went from an average of 29 milliseconds and a max of 57 for velocity processing. Now, okay, the max is 93, which is weird, but the average and median are 18. Average is 18.5, median is 16.8. So we chopped off like 10 plus milliseconds from that change. That's actually kind of fucking nuts. Yeah, like 12 milliseconds. I'm actually kind of skeptical, so I'm just going to grab like a different section on both of these. 19 and 16. 29, 29, yeah. The max is really high, though, which is... Yeah, 17... Wow, that is an insane change. Like, the cache locality that we got from that was so fucking nuts. Who would have thought just having the... So I know the F transform, like having a vector, a quaternion, and another vector is not the same size as having an F transform. There's a little bit more, there's some overhead to the transform, I think. I don't know why, but I just noticed their sizes don't add up. Because it's like, what was it? It was 32 plus 24 plus 24, 80. And so it was 96 for an F transform. New game engine coming 2026. Yeah, maybe 2036. I wanted to ask one thing. Do you need to know a lot of graph or pathfinding? I don't know what you mean by know a lot about graph, but every engine has like a built-in pathfinding solution. So if you're asking like to get into game dev, do you need to know how to do pathfind? Like, do you need to know how to make your own navmesh and stuff? No, they're usually ship with something. I don't know what the situation for Unity or Godot is, but Unreal Engine definitely has a built-in one. I'm still using the built-in one. I know, that's surprising. That's the one thing I haven't rewritten yet. The nav mesh and the pathfinding. Anyways, let's look at some of these other ones as well. Let me grab a larger section here. Okay, so move to processor 13 and 10. Down from 18. 18 milliseconds down to... We'll go 12. So we're seeing pretty substantial performance benefits across the board. State tree, average 10, median 8, we'll say. Down from 12 and 11. So we got a couple milliseconds on the state tree. That's insane, man. I did not expect that to have that big of an impact. And then this is ISM processor. Average is 6.3, median is 4.3. Wow. Wait, why was this ISM? Oh, wait a second. That's not the one I should be looking at. That was from when they were all, not rendered. So it might be even better, actually. Because ISM processor was like nothing. No, I mean it's around the same. Yeah, those ones would be the same. Representation processor. 5.2, 5.1, down to 5.5, 5.6. I mean, it's about the same, basically. ISM processor, 3.5, 3.3, down to, well, up to, damn, so it increased ISM processor. Interesting. LOD about the same. Chunk processor about the same. The rest of those are not processors. So that's interesting. It increased the representation processor. Well, no, it increased the ISM processor. Sorry, wrong one. Average 6.3, median 4.3. So we gained about 1 to 2 milliseconds there. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so this is like stable and working, so I want to commit this before anything else happens. Split apart, transform entity data. That's nuts. Okay. Do I want to jot some notes down about this? The reason I haven't like written it down so far is because I know there are thread locking issues that exist. That I'm just like, that I'm just getting lucky. I'm basically just getting lucky, and they're being avoided.
another one. There's another raid.
What? Wait, what the fuck?
Oh no.
Oh, I had a co-RimWorld playthrough on. How long was that playing? Didn't even realize that. Oh no, there's another raid. Yeah, so that was a nice improvement, but that's not related to really like any specific architecture, so I don't know if that's worth like writing down. That's just like me writing my data and processors a bit better. So that was interesting. Now the move to processor, it probably got a lot faster because I started forwarding the data rather than doing the ad hoc get for the data all the time. Now, honestly, let me look at the move to processor tick. Did that show up really badly? God, this is so spiky. The timer manager stuff is insane, man. That has not happened any other. I wonder if we're just getting unlucky with like they're just not being spread out very well or what. So where is show me Bodrock, you are not making any sense. You're not, nothing of what you're saying makes sense right now. Let's find move to processor tick. Does that, well, I guess they're not, yeah, they're not actors, so yeah, that wouldn't ever tick. Initial dot is one, dude. Nothing you're saying makes sense to what's happening right now. If someone else can decipher what he's saying, I'll allow it to continue. Light will hit what? What are you talking about? Are you watching the right stream right now? What is happening? That is absolutely fascinating to me. How much practice it must take to understand what the hell you're looking at. I mean, I've been working on this for about 3 years, so at least that amount of time. Let's give this another run and see if it's as spiky. Wait, what is this? I already fixed you guys. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Someone is drunk? Yeah, I mean, I've had people come in here and they like just have conversations with themselves. I don't like they're saying something technical, but like none of it is coherent whatsoever. And like, I don't know, it just throws off the chat, you know? So it's like, I don't want to like you know, like time you out or something for like you're not doing anything wrong, but like also what like you're what are you saying? Okay, so I need all of that for the target. Rotation. Okay, there we go. Scale literally doesn't matter. Okay. I think we can close other tabs now. Wait, this isn't my own personal notes. I wouldn't recommend taking notes in stream chats. It's not. It's those notes are pretty ephemeral at that point. I would really like to get the spawning faster. That would be nice. The spawning is quite slow. Okay, now we're up to like 60 FPS again. So I don't know. That was just like a fluke kind of runtime, I guess. So we'll see. We'll see if these counters are different. He's making a video game from scratch. Well, I mean, you know, notch be damned. I'm not making my own game engine. I'm using Unreal Engine, but I am making a game, yes. And like the meme with Notch was he says you're not a real game dev if you don't make your own game engine. That's the meme. So that's why I say you're not a real programmer unless you, you know, write your own compiler and programming language. Okay, that should be enough. Is it safe to say he is a developer? Who? Me? Or Notch? It's also kind of frustrating how behind YouTube short, like the YouTube streams are. That's a little frustrating. I wish that wasn't so bad. But yeah, we got a solid 60 FPS here. Oh, dude, we're down to 13. Bro, we cut that in. That's it. That is an absolutely fucking insane difference. Hello? Oh god. Yeah, for me, yeah, you can call me a developer. I am a programmer by trade, a software engineer. Yeah, the velocity processor was 27 milliseconds. Now it's 13. Like that is the fucking power of cache locality. That's why we're doing this. That's why we're here. This is why we're here. This is why we're here. Okay, I didn't know that was going to be the lowest hanging fruit though. I would have done that a lot fucking sooner. Okay, sorry. Dog is being quite ornery today. Move to processor is, dude, these got cut in half. That's insane, man. Okay, now the ISM processor is back down to where it was. That was kind of just a bad run last time, I guess. Representation processor actually lost about a half millisecond too. State tree down to 6? Bro, what? This is insane. Wait, why did the state tree improve? Why did that improve? I guess just maybe from all the state tree tasks that grab like location data. State tree was max 39 milliseconds, median 11, down to max 50. So the max got higher for some reason. I don't understand. Those are outliers. But I got down to 6.3 from that change. That's nuts. Okay. That kind of makes me, god damn, I wish I made that fucking change sooner. I wish I made that transform entity data change back when I had the archetypal iteration. I would love to have seen, because like these two are the comparisons between my archetypal architecture for the ECS system and my entity data pools. And the archetype the pools is right here, and the archetype iteration is a lot better. And like if I have effectively cut these in half, well, I guess from here some overhead got added to these with the background threading. So the numbers, they wouldn't have exactly got cut in half, but like the state tree was 10 and now it's like fucking 6. So like, yeah, I would have liked to have seen how fast these ran with the archetype method. I'm kind of fucking sad I didn't get to see that shit. Okay. Where do I want to go from here? Where do I want to go from here with this? That was a good performance boost. We're running things on the background thread and they're running smoothly, but we're still gonna have locking issues. I tried the entity data lock, and I guess I just wanted to... Well, splitting apart this data would allow me to right lock it more effectively. The move to processor is a problem, because it just edits data all over the place. Like there's a little bit here, there's a little bit there. I guess I could wrap that in a right scope. This edits data, so this whole scope right here would need to be right locked. And it's just kind of difficult, I guess, because it's like you would need to read lock it, and then unlock the read lock, and then lock the write lock. Yeah, I guess I'd really like to have seen, like if I just did, because I'm going to do parallel processing eventually. Right now I'm just running them all, like each processor just runs concurrently. And like you can use the parallel for function to split, like rather than do all of this iteration in one chunk, it'll split this iteration up into multiple chunks. It'll run each chunk of iteration on each thread, and it'll saturate the background threads a lot better. And so you can effectively cut down the frame time that all this runs in. A little bit of overhead in like total time, but like they all complete sooner. Because they're fully saturating the game thread and like the amount of like the real world time completes sooner. And so I guess I would have liked to have seen what that looked like, I guess, with the archetypal approach that had that raw iteration speed. It's like I do still have that code, but like switching back and forth in between the archetype and the pool system is kind of a pain, because all of this needs to change. And the reason I'm not doing the parallel 4 right now is because it's hard to get a good picture of how long that takes in comparison to the old system, right? Because now it's split across multiple threads. I guess you could tally up the time that each thread spent on it, but I just don't see it as direct of a comparison. So I wanted to keep them all just running contiguously for a better comparison. And then once I'm happy with it, then I'll split it across frames. It makes me think, like, how much of this, you know, movement setting, like how big is this? 24? I mean, I guess that one's not too bad. 24, 80. This whole thing is 80. How much is a T-map? 12 and 24. How much is a fucking T-map? So floats are 4. 72. Wait, what? That's 80? Oh, a map is just always 80. It doesn't matter what's inside of it. That's interesting. Okay. Okay, current issues. The thread situation. Multi-threading is still an issue. We're just getting really lucky. That's the next thing that we need to, maybe it's not the next thing that we should do. I would like to really come up with a how would I re-implement these locks where I do a read lock like up here, and then there's an edit right here. I want a F right scope lock there. How would I, because you can't do this because there's already a lock, so this would just stall. This would be a deadlock. This would just freeze your game if you did this. So you'd have to, like, it doesn't have an unlock. Some of these locks have an unlock function. This has a type on it, right? Oh no, you just create. I have to manually do it. So we go lock. Wait, how do I initialize this? Oh, I just grab the lock. And so you would do read lock that. Oh god. The problem is, like, these, I'd have to change all of my code. Because, like, I need to unlock this before it goes out of scope, or else it never gets unlocked. So I need, like, I'd probably have to write something custom. So this one I could just, like, we'll go auto ref mutex.readlock. We would want to go, is it read unlock? Yeah, read unlock. And then mutex write lock, write unlock, read lock again. Like that code looks horrible. Like, how can I do that custom? You know, I guess I could make a little function. Like if I had a, yeah, I'd have to make a function. God, okay. Braddock, buddy, can you please stop using my chat as your personal notes? Like, none of what you're saying is relevant to what's happening right now. And you're not having a conversation with anyone. So I would appreciate it if you stopped. Thank you. Thank you for your attention on this matter. Okay, so I could do something like, this is like what lock, so I'd have to write my own. Okay, give me let's do this. Let's sketch something out. So class my read write lock extends that one. Is that possible? Not inherit from final class. I'd have to, can I do this one? No, I cannot. It does say final. Why? Okay. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do then. My read write lock. Okay. Shopping list, milk, oranges. Ban him. F my read write lock. Okay, and then we were just like F my read write lock that takes in that. Passing in the pointer. Held mutex F read write lock. Held mutex. Okay. In mutex, what else have I done here? Yeah, we need the scope deletion here. Yeah, so when it goes out of scope, whatever mutex, I guess I need to know which lock we have. B has write lock. And then I want a function for like read lock. This function is going to be void. I'll just say write locked, or let's just call it something simple, write scope. It's going to take in a T function void. Then I will do held mutex if held mutex and Well, first of all, just the whole thing, if we have a help mutex, we always gotta do that. If B has right lock, just call the in function. We have already locked. Constref, that's fine. Else held mutex I need to read unlock. And then I need to do read lock. There you go. Need to lock it back. Hop lock and drop it, as the kids say these days, I think. I think they do say that today. Do I care about... I don't know that I care about the Boolean here. I just need to know what it got... locked as initially. And so when this gets created, I guess I need it to be created with that same, this thing. Like, what does it get created as, you know? And I guess at that point, I don't care about this Boolean. Do I know if I have a lock? Like, can I do... I guess I can try to lock, okay. But when it gets constructed, I need to actually... Okay, so let's actually do that. There. Bool got lock. Do I need to... What was I using that for before? Because I know this way wasn't working. Oh, this was like the optional lock. Yeah. Which is pretty antithetical to what it needs to be used for. Okay, so I think this will work, right? So what we're going to do is we have this lock that is going to be like an entity data lock, and then I can like unlock, write unlock, read lock, all one after another, safely, I hope. Call the write function, and then it still has the scope unlock. And it can be either read or write lock. Okay, I guess we can see how that goes. I'm curious how the performance will work. Okay, so we will want to get the lock for the entity. And we'll do it's T my read write lock. I have to pass in... Oh, I have to okay, hang on, let me change that. I don't want that in there. Put that there, there we go. My read write lock. is going to be read only. Call it lock. In the mutex. We're taking the ref. Get lock for entity. Why are you mad? Ember is inaccessible. Okay. Public. Yes. Yeah. I guess I need to do those too. Okay. Okay, so we get the lock there. That's kind of a nasty syntax. Maybe I do want my own templated or my own versions of that. Yeah, let's do that. That's gonna be nicer. Okay. Class F my read lock. There we go. Okay, it said that wasn't necessary. AI is writing my code for me. Yes, it's working. Okay. My write lock, my read lock. Okay, so we'll just do F my read lock. Nice. Why are you angry now? Wait, well, I can't initialize it to, Oh, it wanted a pointer. Yeah, just pass that in as that. Because that's easier. I don't know what the T not null is for, but we're gonna hope that that's not necessary. Lock. Okay. So any edits that happen need to happen in the. It'll be lock dot write. Hello. Oh right, I need to forward the function, and then maybe actually, rather, I don't even need to branch this at this point anymore. Ember is inaccessible. Protected. Not a problem anymore. Yeah. Yeah. And then same thing here. Except we can just call it because we are already right locked. Okay, so lock dot write scope. Just ref it all. There we go. That's kind of nice. That's not bad. That's not bad. I wonder how, like, I wonder if this is a pattern people have used before. I wonder if I should be doing this or not. And so I guess I need to pass the fucking lock around. Which makes these functions like so dirty, you know? Lock dot write scope, yeah. Oh, that was the wrong. Wrong one there. F my read lock. I should rename that to read scope lock, right? Well, I mean, do I want it to be more explanatory or do I want it to be a shorter name? I think it's fine. Let's just go with the shorter name. Fave data type. Favorite data type. I like the uint 32. Okay, let's see what kind of monstrosity the move to processor is going to be with this. Let me copy that read lock. And then let's do this to make this read lock a little. I guess I could wrap the whole thing here. Yeah, we can just right scope. God, I hope this works like I'm imagining it, because this is actually kind of slick, I'll be honest. It's kind of slick. That is kind of slick. I need Dr. Elliot here to like tell me why what I'm doing is a terrible idea. What monitor am I using? Oh, I don't know. Just some old 2K monitor that I haven't updated in forever. God, I should just do... Oh my god, everything needs to be passed in. Okay, fuck it. We're just gonna do pass everything in by ref. Thank you. Well, just do... it's easier this way. Easier that way. Okay, I'm just gonna do that with... there's more places. Okay, I'm gonna do... We're gonna do it this place too. Okay. I gotta pass in the lock for all these. F my read lock. Okay. Anything else? Any other shenanigans happening here? Send to active movement. That's the rotation data. I mean, that should never be the case. I don't have my actors controlling the movement ever. So wait, this does happen, but the writing, this bottom stuff never happens actually. So I'm just going to ignore that. Yeah. And we're gonna hope that doesn't fail. Okay. Caffeinated Minds, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, we're just gonna try it with those two processors and see how that goes. We'll see if we notice any performance degradations. Gotta check my fantasy football here. Boy, I fucked up, man. Oh yeah, I fucked up big time. It's only halftime, right, guys? It's not going to be that bad. Fergie, welcome into you as well. Come on, baby, build. Okay. Oh, we're gonna see how this goes. This new fancy schmancy scope lock thingo that I just wrote, which feels really slick, which makes me think that like it's not the right way to do things. Because every time I write something that I'm like, oh, this is really sick, like it ends up being something that I should definitely not have fucking done. Okay, it's working, it's working. I did expect it to work, but the performance is what I want to test here. Did we get any significant performance concerns? Running at 60 FPS, so I think we're good. We're above 60 FPS. Pretty consistently. Looking great. Looking great, boys. Oh, I love your work. Thank you. Okay, we may have to just pump the numbers up and see what breaks, you know? Just look at take a little peek here, peek-see here. Yeah. Yeah, okay, okay. For each processor. Velocity processor running well. Move to processor, it was 8. What was the old one? Do I still have the old ones open? No. Compare against the last one. Calculating. Move to was 8. What was it? It was max 29, average 8, median 7.8, max 20. The max is, I don't know if I can listen to the max at all. I don't know if that's useful information, but we got 8.5 and 8.3. So it did get, we gained about a half millisecond. And then what was the other processor I did it on? Representation processor. So what was our comparison there? Average 5, median 4.9, average 5.1, median 5.0. So not really that much of a difference there for the representation processor. So I mean that's something, you know, that's something. Let's crank it up. Pump the jams, pump it up. 10,000 entities. Okay. Okay, we are at 3,000. You can see the number down here. We are at total spawn 4,000. We are at total spawned 5,000. No threading issues so far. Holy shit. 6,000. 7,000. 8,000. Holy shit. Almost at 9,000. We have crossed, sir. We were reaching over 9,000. No, my God. Oh, we got so close. We got so close. That was kind of insane. I didn't expect us to get almost all the way to 10,000 before we hit a threading issue. Now, is this an assertion? We are over, sir. We are over 9,000. Gods be good. Okay, so we need to fuck up that guy. We need to fuck that guy up. Where did that happen from? Okay. You are my next victim. So I think that fucking lock worked, man. Cause like I hit threading issues much sooner. Much sooner. And then what am I writing to? ISM entity data? Yeah. I think I need to right lock this whole thing. I don't know. Let's lock individually just to get the finest grain locks we can. We have the finest locks here. Nobody locks better than me. We have the finest fine grain locks. Everybody says that. Everybody says I have the best locks. Read locks, right locks, we got them all. I have large hands. I have very large hands as well. F my read lock. It sounds like I'm saying F my read lock. It kind of sounds like a slur. Lock that bad bitch. Lock her up. Is that a trumpet? Okay, I guess if you have to ask, it wasn't a good one then, I suppose. If you have to ask. If you have to ask, you can't afford it. Right scope. My apartment's handyman was deported today by ICE. F. Pour one out for the handyman, I'm sorry. That is fucking stupid, though. That is fucking stupid. Yeah, you better hope your toilet doesn't fucking clog. Okay. I'm also writing here. So lock dot right scope. What is this garbage you were doing, AI? That is not. Put the comments in there as well. What other ones would be like? I mean, we almost got there. Fuck it. Let's, I guess the problem is when we use this data from, like, locking on the background threads is all well and good, but I use this data just in ad hoc places throughout the application. So I almost need a special return value to encapsulate the data. And a special function to return that encapsulation. We'll call it the encapsulation station. That's what we'll call it. And inside the encapsulation station will be such things like rotation. Potentially a transformation as well. Fuck it. Let's just send it back. Run it back. 10k entities. Okay. Immediately. This one. Okay, that's interesting. This one immediately fucking failed. Okay, so what's the issue? Like, we already... Were we not locked? I guess. Why? So, held mutex. Is there like an is valid thing that I can fucking check here? Like, this mutex is null. Why is that? Okay, we were state tree. State tree needs a good lock there as well. I wonder if we just need to lock the rest of the processors before we do anything crazy here. Oh, I was in a right scope on this one. What entity is this? Nobody knows, sir, because we're inside the lambda. Okay, so yeah, debugging that's kind of annoying. Yeah, so I don't know what that is because we're inside the lambda scope. F. I put an ISM lock there, which is interesting. Fave president? What? Stop asking me like my favorite like random things. My favorite president is King George III. I guess yeah. Let's just pop lock and drop all these processors. State tree processor. I barely know her. F my read lock. F my read lock. Yeah, but all the writes happen in the state tree data, or in the state tree tasks. So that's gonna be weird. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come up with an elegant solution. For that. And yeah, I think just returning, I need to make a function on my entity subsystem to like return a little container function that also has a mutex on it that like auto locks it to start or something based on if it's like read or write or something. Maybe just auto read locks it, and then yeah, it just auto read locks it until it leaves the scope or something. And then maybe I can do the what do they call them in C++? The deconstructor thingos. I don't know what they actually call them. Yeah, there's a lot of writes happening in this. This just put this in like a fucking time in seconds. Might as well just put that there. State tree execution context. Tick result. And entity and subsystem. Yeah. Okay, so this. Might as well just pass everything in by ref at this point. Yeah, let's just do that. Yeah, I don't know. This whole thing maybe just needs to be right scoped. Right lock scoped, I don't know.
Okay, that one's good. Let's try again. All right, 5 actions. You can do it. Thank you. Thank you. We'll see how lucky we got on that one run. End it. Oh my god, immediately. Dude, what? Like, what? Immediately. Huh. Let me look at... Is it because it, like, leaves the scope? So does this not actually work? Because the scope is gone when, like, in here. Maybe this doesn't actually work. Maybe I should try to research a little bit more before I try to, like, change everything to doing that. So I'm wondering if we hit the destructor, and that's why the mutex is null underneath our feet here. Okay, that is probably where I'm going to leave it today. I think it's a good stopping place. I do need to look more into this and figure out if this is even standard or whatnot. Stuart, thank you for the follow, guys. Thank you. I appreciate everyone hanging out today. It was a good stream. Very fun. Very fun stream. So thank you, everyone. Let's send you guys over to Cavino. Let me try and set up the redirects here. To Mr. Covino, who is also another fantastic game dev over on Twitch. He's got a YouTube as well. I'm sending you guys over to the YouTube stream. He's doing I think he's in a game jam. I think he's doing a game jam. So that's fun. Doodle Africa is what he's typing right now. Awesome stuff. Great stream. Thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah, I'll see you guys for the next one. Hopefully tomorrow morning. So yeah, until next time, take care, everyone. And goodbye. I think. Hang on. Okay, there we go.